Trump said that China voted in the 2020 election. Even our votes are made in China. Is bro running out of countries to start wars with? First Venezuela, then Iran. Last week it was Russia. He's digging us a hole so deep, we're literally in China now. Fortunately, China can handle him. They're used to a one-child policy. They're familiar with fat gold statues. And they actually built a wall. Last week, Trump gave a speech with a voice drier than our reflecting pool, which is fitting because it's the year of the horse. He said that in 2020, deep state actors in the United States conspired with the Chinese to fix the election. Is there anything else you want to mention that we cooked up with China in 2020? Maybe something made in a lab? Or am I batshit crazy? I thought we already locked this one down. COVID-19 was all your mess up, bro, which is fitting because it's also a team. You messed up so bad, the 2020 election was basically Wu-handed to Joe. And if MAGA wants to fight me over that, be careful. I know Kung Flu. It makes sense that China would vote for Biden because he is as old as their civilization. And he knows how to quietly genocide Muslims. But his nose was deep in Taiwan's hair. Trump is more like Taiwan's natural resources. He's a silicon. So he said China obtained our voter information, which is like, yeah, they have all of our information because you allowed our big tech companies to give it to them. You can't let big tech companies run this country and then be like, oh, how did that happen? I guess that's how the fortune cookie crumbles. That said, China has interfered in our elections. I don't know if you know this, but in the last 3 years alone, China has poured over $200 million into buying off our politicians. Oh wait, that's Israel actually. I can't believe I mixed the two up. They're so yin and yang. But I don't know if you've heard of APAC, but the C doesn't sound for China. China has spied on the United States. The Pentagon just released a report that said that China spying on the US is at an all-time high. Oh wait, that's also Israel. Why do I keep doing that? I'd say more, but they're listening. China is a threat. Did you know, in 1967, they attacked one of our ships? Oh my God, that was also Israel! That's it. I don't have all the information. China does. But we do have a great FBI looking into this, headed by Kash Patel. And if you open your eyes, you'll be able to see what he does. Trump is trying to instill fear of China into his base to mobilize them at the midterms, aka the Red Hat Scare. He's doing this to push his Save America Act, which would require half of Americans to call their mom to track down their birth certificate. Not everybody can turn that around as quickly as Obama, okay? So it's called Save America. I agree with the name. I just think it should also have From Israel after it. That's all, like... Let's be honest, like, China is not killing Americans. Fentanyl is. The China White. Which is also my nickname for Trump and Biden. But election interference is nothing new. Every election is like the Olympics. In 2016, it was hosted by Russia. 2020, it was hosted by China. And in 2024, it was hosted by Israel. And these were just the home games. There's been millions that we've hosted around the world. So no, you didn't lose the 2020 election because our democracy is cheap as Panda Express. You lost because most people didn't order the orange chicken. I guess hindsight is 2020.
And all right, I ain't gonna lie, that was pretty damn funny. And shout out, guys, we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm sorry, guys, my voice is a little bit going out a little bit, but we'll be okay. But yeah, this is Set with Set again. All right, one more time. This is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. We're gonna go ahead and get right into it with pretty much Trump's bilateral meeting with the Lebanese president. Which is, I ain't gonna lie, I don't respect the man because he's kind of letting his people get bombed willy-nilly and pretty much letting the terrorists, do what he's supposed to be doing. But we'll go ahead and get into that later, though. All right, let's get right into it with President Trump.
And actually, long beyond his country, we've spoken previously on numerous occasions through representatives, and the relationship is very good. I think that Lebanon has been a very mistreated country for a long period of time. It's an amazing group of people, professors, doctors, lawyers, great intellects, and it's been hit hard for many, many decades, really. It's been hit very, very hard. And yet I have people that live in Lebanon, people that are parents of friends of mine, many cases, and they would never leave. They would not leave under any circumstance. They love it. They love the country. And it's probably a dangerous place in a lot of ways, but they live in areas, they say, we hear bombs going off all the time, but we want to live in Lebanon. They love the country. Very smart people, very successful people, and they live there. But it's been a country of great intellect, great intellectuals. They still love it. They want to be there.
I mean, yeah, we all know Lebanon's a great country and has a lot of historical value, especially to Christians. So it's kind of crazy how you're kind of just letting it get bombed by Israel relentlessly, and they're taking out whole villages. And it's crazy how instead of, the Lebanese army taking care of the IDF, it's the Houthis who are pretty much trying to push back the IDF for seizing southern Lebanon, which should be, his problem.
And we're going to help it. We're going to help it a lot. So it's an honor to have the president and your representatives here. We've already met a couple of times, and we've had some good meetings. And we are going to solve a lot of problems. We've already solved some of them for Lebanon. As you know, there's a Hezbollah problem, but we've done some things that I think the world will take notice. Again, it's been a very badly treated place and country, and we're going to have it properly treated and treated with respect that it deserves. And
man, who gonna tell them? Who gonna tell them that the Hezbollah problem is gonna cause a civil war? So they can't disarm Hezbollah. One, because they would need our help to do it. Actually, yes, they would need our help. It's actually crazy. Well, the IDF can't get it done. The Lebanese army refused to try to get it done. So what do you think is going to have to happen for the Hezbollah to get disarmed, which is also a political party that has seats in their parliament and cabinet? Like, do you understand how deeply woven Hezbollah is? So the sad reality is, as much as we want them gone because they are a proxy of Iran, we can't really get them gone without really putting boots on the ground ourselves. And I mean, who want to do that? Like, come on now, let that be Israel's problem, not ours. Really, it should be the Lebanese government, but you see how hands off they are about it. And bro, he's the president. He ain't even doing shit. So why should we?
Mr. President, it's an honor having you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you
I've
very
been looking
much.
forward to this visit for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Meeting such a great president like yourself.
That's a very nice thing. See, he knows how to get to me. He can have anything. Now he can have anything. Would you like to say something?
Now, really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. You have tremendous spirit on your side. You have people that.
And here's the thing. I'm pretty sure what this man's going to be pushing for, the Lebanese president, he's going to be pushing for Trump to pretty much get to Israel to pull out of Lebanon, because that just stops all hostility. Yeah, guys, it's not the Houthis who's causing a problem in Lebanon. It's Israel. So to sit there and ask Hezbollah to disarm while Israel's the one being the aggressor is kind of crazy. So this is pretty much what the Lebanese president is going to try to push. And if not that, then, well, I guess they're going to push for us to help out them, push out Hezbollah out of Lebanon. I'm going to be honest with you. That would pretty much require us to pretty much do what the IDF is doing, AKA, once again, dedicating ourselves to an Israeli mission. Well, or is dedicating ourselves to Israeli interest.
Love that country, and they're going to make it work.
We're going to make it work.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I have two questions. One for you. President Trump, as you work to expand the Abraham Accords, Lebanon still enforces a 1955 law criminalizing contact with Israel for over 70 years. You previously stated you would push Lebanon on this issue. And there is some people still going to prison last month. So did you raise it you will raise it with President Trump today?
The Abraham Accords have been, I think, a tremendous success. I think you're going to see a lot of countries joining pretty soon. As you know, we have our original group, and it's so successful for them.
Look, if sadly the Abraham Accords can't be done unless Palestine gets a state or, Israel becomes one state. And Lord knows Israel's not doing that. They refuse to give up to, being the Jewish state. So what they're pretty much going to do, I mean, if they want peace in the Middle East, they're going to have to give the Palestinians their own state, and that would get everybody to recognize Israel in the Middle East. Until then, everybody's holding back their recognition until the Palestine question is answered. Because the last time we tried to push forward without, answering the Palestine question, well, October 7th happened. So you kind of see the importance of it.
Economically successful. It's been that nobody left, even during this time of conflict. So, no, I think Lebanon has a very important place.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front in the
We'll see
war?
what happens. So far, it hasn't happened, might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care.
Actually, it's official. The Houthis has pretty much locked down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is between Yemen and Djibouti. So I mean, yeah, between Yemen and Djibouti is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it. But let me go ahead and show you a map of it right here, right in between Yemen and Djibouti. This is the strait that Yemen is pretty much saying, or the Houthis are pretty much saying they're going to cut off from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is pretty much right above them. So if we go ahead and get in right here, which it looks like, this is maritime traffic. So I'll be real with you, it kind of looks like everything is good, but here's the problem. They said they're shutting it down towards the Saudis, so everybody else can go through but the Saudis. And guys, there's other ships that go through here as well. Of course, Egypt and all these other guys also use the strait. So remember, other ships is going to go through, but apparently they're saying if you're a Saudi ship, then I guess you're just going to get blown out of the strait. I mean, that's what Iran is doing, and it did it again, sadly. But all right, though, let's get back to President Trump.
We've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while. Since we did what we did originally. That was about 45 days of very powerful.
Hey, shout out to my man Noah Joyner. He says, hope your night is going well, not staying up. This war is horse shit. We'll catch what I missed in the morning. Y'all like the stream. Hey, man, I appreciate that. And trust me, bro, I get you on that one, bro. I'm feeling, trust me, when this war started right back up the way it did, I'm just like, oh, my God. Really? So we're just going to go back over this just because Iran wants to shoot 2 strips that aren't ours in the strait. And we're just going to attack them and restart this entire war. Okay. All right, guys. I mean, and now the Houthis are pretty much shutting down the strait pretty much shutting down the strait for Saudi Arabia. That's going to cause a regional war. And then who else? Who else going to get involved? Oh, possibly Israel once Iran decides to strike them. Yes, this is not turning into a one-on-one now. This is dead. Yeah, it literally turned into a regional war. And God forbid, well, it's kind of a world war if you want to consider it intelligence-wise. Military-wise, it's a regional war. Intelligence-wise, it is a world war because China and Russia are giving Iran pretty much, well, what was it? Satellite images on where our bases are at so they can have precision targeting. Feed it into their missiles, and this is why they're able to strike our radars and our communications and our military assets with such key precision because of that. So yeah, like intelligence-wise, world war, military-wise, regional.
Action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have.
Oh, shout out to my man Noah.
Razor blade bar.
Oh, guys, don't forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and also smash that like button if you're watching horizontally. And you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in, guys. I appreciate the support. Let's go right back into it. Whoops.
To take care of business.
The Speaker of the Lebanese parliament rejected the agreement between Lebanon and Israel and he said it's a sedition. It's going to cause civil war. He's the Speaker of the Lebanese parliament and he speaks for his.
Hey, now somebody got some damn common sense. He's like, yes, if you try to disarm Hezbollah, it's going to cause a civil war. Yeah, I know. That's why we don't want to get involved and let Israel do it. I mean, bro, that's the problem here. And I mean, bro, Israel's been trying to do that for Hezbollah for a while now. And the whole reason why Hezbollah even exists is because Israeli aggression. So why not just leave it up to them? Okay, if they want to start it, why not let them finish it? And because now they're asking for us to pretty much come in. Oh yeah, can you please help us come in and disarm Hezbollah, or else it's gonna start a civil war. I'm gonna be real with you, man. If your president ain't trying to stop that, I think you guys are on your own. Man, I mean, I want to get involved.
Hezbollah, he's Hezbollah's big brother. What do you have to say about that?
Well, maybe I'll let you speak to that.
Actually, the framework doesn't require the endorsement of the parliament. Okay, it's part of our constitution. It's a prerogative of the president, and we are committed to it. And I think the Speaker of the
Parliament. I forgot what I mean by us, or we. I mean us Americans. I forgot. There do be people from around the world who pretty much watch. And shout out to y'all.
Parliament is really wants to see the end of this war. He's from the south, and he knows he did his best to rebuild the south. But unfortunately, the south being destroyed in front of his eyes. So he's actually supportive of what we are doing, but we need to be careful. His position as a speaker and as a leader of the Shia community, we have to understand how critical is his position. But I can tell you that Speaker Berri is a man of state. He's supportive of what we are doing, and he's supportive of ending the state of hostility, ending the.
So what he's pretty much talking about is a guy who is Hezbollah, that in his government. So yes, Hezbollah does have seats in the Lebanese government, sadly. So yes, he has to toe the line. If you told this man to straight out condemn Hezbollah, he's not going to do it, or he's going to go home and get his head put on a stick. It's like, who want to deal with that? So yeah. He got to tote the line when it comes to criticism of Hezbollah. And this is why the reporter says, disarming Hezbollah is going to cause a civil war. Yeah, he knows that. Because, trust me, members in his parliament's telling him so. Members in his parliaments are members of Hezbollah.
War once for all.
I think when he sees, because I've heard that, he's a good person, good man. And when he sees the progress made, I'm sure he's going to come on.
From S.E.T from Lebanon. I have two questions, please. When will the Israeli army fully withdraw from Lebanon? Is there a clear timeline for that? And last question, please. Last week you met with the Iraqi Prime Minister and discussed him or described him as handsome and saying he could become one of the best leaders in the Middle East. How do you describe?
Which one are we talking about?
The Iraqi Prime Minister. Yes. How do you describe him as an individual?
So I'd say he's handsome also, and I think he could become one of the most important leaders in the Middle East, actually, if we do this, because they've been trying to do this for decades, right? Decades and decades. So if I made that statement about somebody else,
he's kind of sitting on he's in hot water. Like, bro, just pretty much watch 1.2 million Lebanese people get displaced out of southern Lebanon by the Israelis, and he can't even condemn the Israelis because then he'd be going against the United States, and I guess he'd be supporting terrorism. And then he can't sit there and condemn Hezbollah because Hezbollah is part of his government, and they're pretty much the only guys defending them against the Israelis. So it's like he's in the craziest seat in life, the craziest position. I feel bad for him because he really can't take a position without losing his life.
Would put him in the same category.
When the Israeli army withdraw from Lebanon, is there a clear timeline?
They're in the process of doing that. They're in the process of redeploying to other sections. And again, they get along very well. That was a great agreement they signed with Lebanon, and they're redeploying.
Mr. President, the Lebanese army needs help, and the United States said that it's very important for the Lebanese army to take over the villages that Hezbollah withdrew.
What did I tell you? The Lebanese army needs help. From who? Not us. No. Who y'all need help from? Don't tell me the Lebanese army need help to take care of Hezbollah. We ain't doing that. Because then we got to start fight actual Lebanese people as well. Like, who they need help from? Because it better be the IDF. Because they're the ones recklessly bombing southern Lebanon, destroying entire cities and villages, okay? It's not Hezbollah. Surprise. I know, right? I know. The terrorists are not the one committing terrorist actions in this setting.
How are you going to help him? And how this income is going to be
speaking about that today.
Sure, that you will be in the
We'll
south.
be speaking about that today with your president, and we have some very concrete plans already in store for that, with others going in and helping. But they're also becoming much more self-sufficient. And we will be speaking about that. That's one of the subjects we're going to be talking about.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is, the Lebanese army said today that Israeli forces opened fire in proximity to the Lebanese trying to deploy in one of these pilot zones. This is day 2 of the pilot zones. Are you prepared to take any additional steps to put pressure on Israel to withdraw, which I believe President Aoun is planning to ask you?
Well, look, I just heard about that before this conference. It just happened.
Bro, that's his best bet. Yeah, get Israel to withdraw and all hostility ceases. Bro, everything was all good in Lebanon until Israel decided to just start striking, okay? Until they start breaking the ceasefire with Hezbollah and trying to push them out of southern Lebanon. And to do so, they were pretty much destroying houses, people, farming, and agriculture, all that good stuff. They're pretty much just destroying it to push Hezbollah out. And it's just like, hold on now. I get it. Push the terrorists out. That's cool and all, but what is their farmlands and what is destroying entire villages have to do with pushing out Hezbollah? You can't say they're all there now. Or what are you going to say that Hezbollah has underground tunnels all over Lebanon? Like that? Does that sound familiar?
We'll be looking at that, yeah.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until they give up?
There are no signs.
I'm weak. No, that is true though. It's like Iran does not show any signs of wanting to stop fighting. No signs of surrendering. So if we're bombing them to surrender, just know that that's not happening. So what's the plan? And we do not get one. We kind of just sit there. He's probably just gonna sit there and be like, "Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. They're talking to me. Yep, they're definitely talking. I don't know about that. I hope though. Trust me, we're all hoping for an end to this war, but sadly, I don't think it's gonna be with Iran surrendering.
Why, do you know something that I don't know?
Will they continue to attack our allies and
You
kill
don't know
Americans?
what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
you know
still
something that I don't
possible,
know? Do you know something I don't know?
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
Now, if they wanted to meet, right, and they were desperate for meeting, would they still be striking at our bases and allies? I'm just saying. If somebody's desperate to meet you, would you want to agitate that person while or you're desperate to meet somebody? Would you want to, agitate that person before you meet them? No. So don't you think they would stop all firing and then be like, oh, we're going to stop all firing. We just want to talk, Trump. Please just spare us humble Iranians. And it's like, no, that's not happening, sadly. So if that was the case, let's be real. We wouldn't be looking at, soldiers being killed and our military assets in the region being destroyed. Let's just, come on, guys. Don't listen to what Trump is saying. Look at what's happening in front of you at this point, because what Trump's saying is not what the reality is, sadly.
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure or consequences on China for what you announced about them meddling in the 2020 election?
Well, we're going to talk to them about it. It took place a long time ago. I think China is maybe a little bit different today than it was then. But look, they do things and we do things to them. I'll be honest. We do things to them too. It's not a one-way street. But we'll be talking to them. Yeah.
Mr. President, it's something that doesn't get talked about a lot, but the Border Patrol recorded 14 consecutive months, no releases at the southern border. This is something you talked a lot about on the campaign trail that you could run on the job that you did on the southern border. Do you feel similarly at this point in time with midterms, considering how well of a job you've done? What is the lesson to be learned about Border Patrol?
Well, thank you for that question. The fact is, and maybe it pertains a little bit with respect to you and borders and everything else. We had a border that was totally out of control. I probably won the election, at least partially, on the border, would you say? And the border now, we literally in 14 months, I think it came out this morning, actually, it was just announced, and in 14 months we had nobody coming through, zero people. I have to say, millions came through.
Here's the problem, though, and it's like I always will give it to Trump on immigration, but Republicans are low-key trying to stab Trump in the back on immigration. Like, we literally got Republicans right now working on an amnesty bill to give citizenship to millions of undocumented immigrants. As long as you work on the farm, the construction, yeah. So pretty much as long as the corporate elites can take advantage of you, yeah, we'll let you get a citizenship, which is kind of weird because I mean, now that they're citizens, you pretty much got to pay them more. So not sure if that really what they want, but yes, Republicans are pretty much pushing for amnesty. Ain't that crazy? Hey, you know what it reminds me of? Lindsey Graham.
And we had 0 people come in illegally into our country. And that's made by people that happen to be Democrats, largely Democrats, the people that do those stats. And I'm sure they don't like saying it, but we really had virtually nobody coming in, and they actually say nobody, not even virtually. So it's amazing what's happened there. And very people talk about that anymore. You know, they don't like talking about that. They don't like talking about Venezuela, where we lost no people. I'll be going to Dover.
Yeah, but Venezuela's not Iran, bro. Trust me, Venezuela does not have nowhere near the same capability. Venezuela don't got hypersonic missiles, nor cluster missiles. Iran got hypersonic missiles, okay? And they got cluster missiles that were just, I mean, everybody's just now finding out about the hypersonic missiles, okay? And also 93 million compared to what? I think Venezuela maybe got like, I was like 40, 50 million or so. So do you see the difference here? Oh, and the landmass as well. Like, you know, Venezuela wasn't protected by like 2, 3 big ass mountains on each side. Like, there's a difference here. Oh, and for those of you who don't know, guys, please look this up. The Dignity Act, spearheaded by Republican Representative Miranda Salazar among Democrat Veronica Escobar, is a bipartisan immigration reform bill that divides the Republican Party, while supports fame it's a tough and fair alternative to mass deportation. Hardline conservatives criticize it as a form of amnesty because it is amnesty. They're pretty much going to be giving amnesty to undocumented immigrants if they're working somewhere, and they're just going to be like, okay, but it's better than the mass deportations, better than the ICE shootings. And it's like, oh my God. Like, all right, look, the ICE shootings ain't good, but come on, this ain't good either. This ain't it. Like, y'all can find a better replacement for ICE than this. And here's the thing. I mean, I'd rather just have ICE reforms and better training. Like, that's all we need. We don't need to abolish it. We don't need to give amnesty to immigrants. We just need to do some retraining, okay? Like, God damn, bro. Some people are just too extreme.
Over for something that I feel is it's a great honor for me to do it. These are people that want it, and they feel like I do, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. It's a very simple dictum. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have. They're not going to. They have no chance of having a nuclear weapon. And as far as Iran is concerned, I'll let Pete maybe say a couple of words, but we are doing very well. We're
going to get into Pete Hegseth. Apparently, my man got a little passionate out there during the hearing. You know, the appropriation hearing, where he pretty much got to make a good case on why we should give this man more money to get into to pretty much fund this war that we see no out of, that we see no W's in, but we should just keep funding it. It's like, can you imagine that? Can you imagine, like, you give somebody $1 trillion, they get into a war that they said he wasn't going to get into, then they come back to you and ask you for more money for the war that you didn't even want to get into. And then you're looking at them and be like, you know what? Let me show you some grace. What did you get accomplished? Well, we didn't get no regime change. We didn't topple the military. They're still firing missiles at us. So you want me to give you more money for a war that we're seeing no success in at all? And that the American people don't want. We're just supposed to give you more money. And everybody's supposed to be cool with that? Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy talk. Y'all just trying to throw the midterms, huh?
degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, would not happened, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, we've stopped almost everything. But when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But we're going to be going and paying our respects at Dover. Now, Pete, would you like to say just how we're doing, generally speaking?
Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans who committed to the cause, just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years.
R.I.P. to the fallen soldiers. Of course. And oh my God, Hegseth, please don't do this. Hegseth, don't do this. Do not hit us with the, oh yeah, they lost their lives for the 47-year war against Iran that we start. No, bro, don't start this with us. Trust me. A lot of people don't agree with this war. A lot of people don't even agree with the, oh, well, Iran started this 47 years ago. No, bro, we started this when we bombed them. Like, this is what everybody knows. This is what everybody knows to be true. Only the boomers are buying the propaganda, okay? Like, when you say stuff like this, it's just like, oh, okay, bro, just shut up. All right, come on. You're going to piss us off. We're already mad that soldiers are dead. And we told y'all that this was going to happen. We told you that gas prices was going to rise. Like, everything that's happening right now was already told to you guys. And now you're just trying to double down on the propaganda. Double down on the stupidity. All right, y'all got it. You got it.
Years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and it continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary. If they want to talk, they can talk. Otherwise, they can deal with the War Department, and we're prepared to do that.
The blockade is up and fully, I mean, it's nobody gets through. Nobody gets through the blockade. It's like a steel wall.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday.
Oh, yeah. So there's a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, and there's a blockade on the Balmandi Strait as well, or Balmandi Strait. Let me get the pronunciation on that right later. But yes, but now there's pretty much a blockade on two straits. Isn't that crazy? And trust me, we're starting to see the effects a little bit. Gas has went up to about $4 national average. It was getting down to that $3.95, $3.80. But hey, I guess you just can't spoil us for too long, huh?
There was another attack on an ICE facility, this time in New York City. What, in your view, is prompting these attacks? And do you have a message for those who are attacking ICE?
You're talking about the fire that was set in front of the federal building? Well, this is what's happening with the people that they allowed to come into our country. They shouldn't have allowed them to come in. They shouldn't be here. They're radical lunatics. And I'm getting them out. You know, we're getting them out at a pace. You know, we've gotten rid of more than any other president. I read stories. They try and give you phony stats. I was with Tom Homan this morning. He'll give you this.
It's actually crazy, though. No, he is. I mean, what was it? Last year, he got about 600,000 deportations, 1.2 million, about estimate 1.2 million self-deportations. So you got to give it to Trump on that one. Like last year, he did pretty well. Hopefully, he can have that same. Hopefully, ICE can keep that same momentum this year. Seeing that the Dems is trying to, they're trying to abolish ICE, defund ICE. They couldn't get that, so they're trying to put, body cameras on them. And bro, like, can you believe this bullshit? Then there's 2 ICE shootings, and the ICE officers don't got no body cams. It's just like, oh man, so great. Now the Democrats got a really good really good talking point for that one. And here's the thing, if I was like the head of DHS, I would stop all traffic stops until we got our body cam on. If we don't got that, then why go out there and put ourselves at risk? Like, trust me, the media already doesn't like ICE. There's already a radical spin on ICE to pretty much make them look like terrorists and Gestapo for just upholding immigration law. Already there. It's already there. So why make it worse?
Statistics if you want, but we're getting bad people out of our country at levels never seen before. There's never been a time when more bad people, and you take a look just here in Washington, we took out almost 5,000 hardcore criminals, most of whom came in during the open border periods of the previous administration. An amazing statistic, and this is something that I hate to be talking about in front of the president of Lebanon, but he's got his problems and the different problems, but we don't have any problems in Washington, D.C. We've wiped out about 92% of the crime, and we're going to get I believe we're going to get close to 100% of the crime. And if you take a look at this city and compare this to what it was 15, 16 months ago, this was a dangerous city. I don't know how, I better not compare it to Lebanon because I don't exactly have your stats, but it might have been Lebanon was safer. This was a dangerous city under the previous administration, Biden. And now it's a very safe city. There was an article that came out 2 days ago that Washington, D.C. has made the greatest progress of any city. And
I ain't gonna lie though, controversial take though. Actually, not really controversial, but let's just be real. When you brought out the National Guard to these or to the cities that, the cities that allowed them to bring in the National Guard, yeah, crime got cleaned up immediately. Like, bro, it's amazing how quick crime got cleaned up when you just brought in the National Guard. I know what you're saying, oh, set military law, martial law, and all this wild stuff. I'm like, bro, like the crime in these cities was out of control. Like, do you not understand? Like, something had to be done. I mean, look at Chicago. Nothing's being done about that. And it just gets worse. So, I mean, when it gets that bad, I mean, like, bro, not even when the police can barely do anything about it, then what? Like, what are we supposed to do? What, just give it up to the gangbangers? Like, really? Give it up to the cartel? Like, come on now.
The nation. Now, Memphis also, and New Orleans also. And if they would ask us for help in Chicago, we would turn that around so fast. If they'd ask us for help in New York, we would turn that around so fast. Los Angeles, we would turn that around so fast. But the stat that's so amazing is that 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. It's a great stat. Because if it was 70% of the people, that's a problem. It was 20%, that's a 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. 2% of the people, you can handle that easily. So Washington, D.C. is now one of the hottest cities in the country. We have the hottest country in the world. But Washington is now hot. And I do have to say one other thing. We just had the World Cup, as you know very well. And it was the most successful World Cup ever. We didn't even have a protest. We had no crime.
No, I ain't gonna lie though. Shout out to Spain, bro. Because I ain't gonna, bro. That wasn't even. It was a soccer match / gladiator fight, bro. With all the fouling I was seeing, dog, it was crazy. I'm like, bro, how do you score in this environment? Like, bro, Spain won off one score, one. And trust me, both sides was playing crazy defense because both sides was doing some crazy type of fouling. Like I said, like it was a little war out there, bro. It was a soccer match or a soccer game, but bro, it was more than that. Like they was really passionate about it to the point where they started fighting after the game. Literally start squaring up like the Argentinians did. Actually, Spain was pretty humble, but Argentina not so much.
With all those events was like having many Super Bowls. Each one was like a Super Bowl. And with all of that, we didn't have crime. We didn't have bedlam. Everybody left here with a different opinion than what they read in the fake news. They love this country. I saw Scotland. I saw Norway. I saw all these countries. I mean, the level of love that nobody wanted to leave. And I just want to congratulate everybody, the job that we did, and all of us, everybody in this room, because everybody in this room was involved. The vice president was very much involved. It was amazing. I was with Johnny the other day. The job he did is great, but he said he never thought in a million years it could be so free of any difficulty. Think of it. We didn't even have a protest. Not only no crime. Now, there's a reason for all this, but part of it was that people just wanted to pull together. This country, for like a 4-week period, just pulled together. Really amazing. And I didn't want to say it before the final. I didn't want to say how well it was doing. I wanted to get the final up with because you never know. It only takes a bad moment. But we just had the most successful World Cup in history. Did 5 times the business of any World Cup in history.
I don't know about that.
And
right. I'll take it.
I can't wait to get him back, but I think we won't be able to get him for the next time.
Do you feel safe here, especially with this upcoming? Do you feel safe, especially considering the attempts on your life?
I feel safe. Why wouldn't I feel safe?
Now, if you're wondering why that reporter asked that, there was pretty much a report coming out that Israel warned Trump of Iran pretty much trying to assassinate him. Now, pretty much since this report came out, there's been no attempts on Trump's life. Thank God. Thank God, by the way. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that would kind of, get anybody a bit uneasy. He's like, oh, you're telling me that Iran's trying to assassinate me? I mean, all right. But I mean, you did take out their leader, and they are calling for revenge. So, I mean, what did you expect?
Are you still speaking with Hezbollah? You said in previous interviews that you're speaking with
I
Hezbollah.
wouldn't say that, but I would speak to Hezbollah. Yeah. I speak to everybody. I'll speak to people that a lot of people think I shouldn't be speaking to, and things work out. I would speak to
Mr. President,
I would speak to Hezbollah. I would say this: if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, you know, he's lived with Hezbollah for a long time. And if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, I would. You know, I would.
Thank you, Mr. President. Follow up on Iran. If the Iranians do not make a deal ultimately, how long will it take for you to stamp out their threats to the Strait and enable full shipping?
So if we left right now, it would take Iran 20, 25 years to rebuild. Okay.
Hold on, that wasn't a question. She said, look, Iran shut down the Strait, okay? Then we got the Houthis shutting down the Balmadi Strait. So how long would it take for you to just, use all our military force to get them up off the Strait? And you know what? I don't think he got an answer for that, because really nobody got an answer for that actually at all. I mean, we thought, look, guys, Trump went in on the analysis of that he could take them out in like 4 days to 2 weeks. Trust me, he doesn't even know if he can bomb their ass off the Strait.
And we're not finished at all. But if we left right now, it would take them a long time, years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. So we've had a big impact on Iran. If we didn't do what I did with regard to two things, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, I terminated that. If I didn't terminate it, you wouldn't have Israel right now, because
bro, oh my God, how does that even add up? Like, I'm sorry, but if you'd have stayed in the nuclear deal, we wouldn't be here. I mean, let's and here's the thing: Iran was abiding by the JCPOA, so that means they'd have stayed at 3.67%. The stockpiles would have been low, and the only reason why they're at 60% in over 1,000 kilograms of enriched uranium at 60%. The only reason why they're there is because you pulled out the JCPOA in 2018. Then you labeled IRGC a terrorist group, and then you went ahead and killed their General Qasem Soleimani, which was a pretty smart move considering it, destabilized the axis of resistance. But the problem with that is that, it pushed Iran to go to 60% enrichment. I mean, do you see the problem here, guys? Is like we're trying to hit them with more aggression because of their ability to get to a nuke. But through our aggression, all we do is push them towards a nuke. And I'm just thinking like, all right, well, what makes you think that this is going to stop them? And here's the thing. They don't even really need a nuke anymore. All they got to do is show that they can close down the Strait and cause economic pain.
They would have had a nuclear weapon years ago. And if we didn't do the B-2 bombers, knocking out the nuclear sites.
It's kind of crazy. He's trying to, it's like he had to go back there. It's like, yeah, you know what? Let me sit here and backtrack about all these mistakes that I made. I think he's starting to realize, you know what? Maybe getting out the JCPOA wasn't, maybe that wasn't a good idea. Maybe I shouldn't have listened to the Zionists on that one. Yeah, you shouldn't have got into it about this war either, dog. And I'll be real with you. If you're about to say, oh, man, no, actually, let me let him cook. I'm going to let Trump cook. I'm stopping him too much.
Do the B-2 bombers, knocking out the nuclear sites a year ago. One of the first things we did early in the administration, they would have a nuclear weapon and you wouldn't have Israel. And in my opinion, you wouldn't have various other countries in the Middle East. They'd all be gone. They would have been terminated, extinguished. But I believe that by doing what we did, by terminating Iran,
see, you see how crazy that sounds? It's like, I'm sorry, but Iran could have exterminated all of these countries in the Middle East without a nuclear weapon. I mean, bro, they're attacking their water desalination center and their energy. It's like, bro, all they got to do is cut off water and energy and the whole entire country's cooked. All they had to do was start firing drones in, and now their entire tourist economy is done for. They don't need a nuke to destroy these countries in the Middle East or to bring down their empires. Well, these Saudi empires, apparently. I'm sorry, but yeah, the Sunni empires. So I'm sorry, but like, what are you talking about? If Iran wanted the destruction of Israel or the entire Middle East, they could have committed to that already. I mean, they're kind of doing it right now, and it's only because we're aggressing towards them. Like, what does that tell you? Because let's be real, they wouldn't be attacking the water desalination centers and energy plants if we didn't start bombing bridges and energy plants ourselves. And here's the thing, they can't do it to us, so they're going to do it to our allies. So it's kind of effed up how we're just riding this out depending on how much our allies can take.
Very evil people.
And of course, soldier deaths as well. Like, let's not forget about that.
Leading that country. You saw the number of protesters that they killed, 52,000 plus. I put a couple of them up today, young kids, they kill them. They kill them like they're candy. It's crazy what they do. They treat them so badly. They're just killing people just at random. Over 52,000 people, and nobody talks about it. But if I didn't do the attack on their nuclear sites, or if I didn't terminate the Obama agreement with Iran, which was an absolute hit on having them that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And our deal will be a wall. It already is. They can't have a nuclear weapon right now. It would take them years to produce it. And we will absolutely attack the new site that they're talking about. I mean, how about these people? They're in this because of nuclear weapons, and they're trying to possibly reconstitute a site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear, we'll be hitting it very, very powerfully. Now, nobody knows except the Iranians the damage that we've done to them. We have done damage that will take them 20, 25 years to recover from. So if we left tomorrow, we had a big success. But
guys, like, see, I love when people come in here and try to act like they're smart. Somebody said factually and fundamentally untrue. Without nukes, Iran could not destroy their neighbors. To say it is only, bro, are you stupid? Dude, look what they're doing to Kuwait right now. Look what they did to the tourism in the Middle East. They completely destroyed their economy when it comes to tourism. And they can attack their oil infrastructure, like they're attacking our bases. They've already destroyed a water desalination plant and energy infrastructure in Kuwait. They can do the same thing in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and UAE. So no, they don't need nukes. They just need missiles and the right targeting. And all they got to do is start destroying water. Yep, because guess what? Unlike Iran, these Gulf countries depend on their water desalination center. Like, depending on the country in the Middle East, they depend on 40% to 99% of their water they need from these water desalination centers. You know how much Iran needs? About 5 to 7%. So, I mean, we could destroy their water desalination centers, and it ain't going to force them into a famine yet. But they can take out the water desalination throughout the Middle East, and these guys are cooked. I mean, how don't you understand that? To sit there and say, oh, no, that's fundamentally untrue. Dude, you're an idiot. How don't you, that's like 1 + 1 is 2. If they can send missiles at our bases all the way in Jordan with accuracy, what makes you think they can't do the same thing to infrastructure throughout the Middle East? Civilian, military, all that. Like, come on now. Let's be smart here.
we're not leaving tomorrow.
Their ability to threaten the Strait, though.
There's a bill right now that's being considered that would allow illegal aliens who are working in farming to get legal status.
No, bro. Imagine having the opinion that, well, Iran can't destroy their infrastructure. Dog, they're hitting our bases. And we got missile defense system around those, and they're hitting those. What makes you think they can't hit the less defended water desalination centers and energy plants and oil refineries throughout the Middle East? What makes you think they can't? Like, come on now. Common sense, guys.
Do you support that legislation?
I don't know about it. I'll take a look at it.
Last night, the Canada tariffs. One, are those a response to the wildfires in?
No, that's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what is there anything Canada
It's only
can do?
response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. You know, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership, from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
On Syria, Tony Murad at the CITV from Lebanon. Do you still support Syria entering Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah?
You mean coming in and doing something with Hezbollah?
Yes.
Well, it's a concept. You know, we get along very well with the president of Syria. He's done a very good job. I wouldn't be surprised if this gentleman's going to do a job just like that. He's done a very good job. He's pulled Syria together.
Still not a good idea, but better than us.
He would like to come in and do something with Hezbollah. You know, they've been fighting. He's been fighting Hezbollah for a long time. I think it'd be very effective. So it's something I think about.
On tariffs, you increased tariffs on Canada yesterday. Can you say if you still expect to impose tariffs on the wildfire problem? And can you say when you might impose 301?
A lot of damage has been done. They're not managing their forests properly.
That's kind of fucked up. I was like, yo, they're kind of going through a bit of a crisis right now. You're trying to put tariffs on them because of it. That's kind of wild, bro. That is a bit wild. I mean, damn, when we had our forest fires, did any of the countries just say, you know what, man, you're really bad for the environment, America, but we need to put a 50% tariff on you. It's like, that was a bit wild. And look, I don't like Canada either, but it's like, come on, bro. They're going through some shit right now. It's like, damn.
It has a tendency to blow right over New York City, right over, you saw Detroit, that it closed the whole place. Michigan.
Oh, yeah, and then I'm in Ohio, and trust me, I seen it here as well. Like, there was smoky all like, yo, we literally walked outside and it just looked smoky, like almost like the world was on fire. It was kind of weird. But yeah, the way that smoke carried all the way even into Ohio, oh man, I can only imagine how some of you guys further north of me was looking at. Because it was looking pretty foggy outside and it was smoky. And the thing is, it was still blistering hot. Actually, it only made it hotter.
And was really affected. They had to close businesses for 4 days. It's very serious what they're doing, and they don't seem to be able to do anything about it. If they managed their forests, they wouldn't have the fires.
Do you believe that Iran is trying to impact the midterm elections by threatening the Strait of Hormuz?
They won't have any impact on me. I'm just going to do the right thing. I don't view it as, gee, we're having an election in a period of time. You know, everyone says, oh, I'm doing something before.
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel as well. Also, if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to, well, get right into it with you, or go ahead and read it out loud and post it on top, guys. Like I said, send a super chat or a Venmo. All right, let's get right back into it, guys.
Now, the election, I can't think about that having to do with this. I think people are very impressed. I mean, we took over Venezuela. We now have a great relationship with Venezuela. We went to war with Venezuela, and the war ended in 1 day. And we have now an incredible relationship with Venezuela. We're taking out millions of barrels of oil. They're making more money now than they ever made before, ever. And we're making a lot of money.
I swear to God, every time Trump's talk about Venezuela, bro.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
I talk facts. What deny what, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
Yep, you don't know what to do with them resources. You don't know what to do with them. Go ahead and give it here. You don't know what to do with that oil. Give it here.
We paid for the war many times over with Venezuela. We lost nobody. We lost nobody. We didn't lose one. And it was a violent attack. As you know, we took out a man who was a very evil man. What he did was very evil, in many different ways. We took him out. But you know, the Venezuela, they said the same thing. When I did Venezuela, everyone said, because look at the drugs, look at what they did, where they took all of their prisons, they opened up their prisons, and they have everybody in a prison come in through Biden's absolutely insane open borders policy. And we did that in 1 day. Think of it. And now we are working very closely with the administration, and we get along very well. Venezuela is a very happy place. I had a tragic incident with the, with the event that took place a couple of days ago.
Kind of, you know, it's so crazy. We kind of control Venezuela. Not going. We control Venezuela. Marco Rubio pretty much controlled Dulce Rodriguez, and I'm not sure how long that's going to be sustainable. But hey, let's see what happens, guys. And the thing is, I kind of called out. I kind of gave a little bit of prediction because, you know, Venezuela might become the next Iran. Because why? I don't know. We kind of took out their leader that they've so-called democratically elected. And then we replaced that leader with a puppet of ours that we control that's pretty much selling out their, well, yeah, their oil, their resources to us. Doesn't that story sound so familiar? Like, does it not? But yeah, and I mean, how long are the people going to take that? And the people aren't okay with us just snatching Maduro. I just want to let you know. There are actually militias in Venezuela pretty much calling for Maduro back. So I wonder how long the Venezuelan people are going to put up with that one. I hope they can put up with it forever, but I don't know, man. Something just makes me think. I'm a little bit weary of it.
They had a movement, a shifting of earth that was unbelievable. They've never seen anything like it. A lot of people were killed. So it's all unrelated. But by the way, we were the first ones there to help. We were there to help Venezuela. It was an earthquake, I guess you'd call it. It was a pretty massive earthquake. And we were able to do a lot of good. But they lost a lot of people. Venezuela, the people are so happy that we're there. The jobs, everything's happening. And we're taking out many, many times the money that we spent on the war. This one, Iran is bigger. It's a more complex situation, but we're probably doing equally as well if you look at the damage that's been done. And again, as I said to the young man that just posed the question over here, if we left today, it would take them decades to rebuild. And I don't believe they could ever rebuild. And honestly, they haven't seen anything yet. We've been nice. We've been nice.
Haley Bull with Scripps News. Thank you for the question. Do you believe that Iran has moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain? And when you say we're not done yet, what is left to finish?
Well, I think that they may have. We don't have.
Now, Pickaxe Mountain is pretty much like a Mount Fordo, a base inside a freaking mountain. And the problem with hitting these bases is that, well, we never really know if we got the job done. Even with Mount Fordo, it's pretty much reported that even with the bunker buster, all we did was pretty much close an entrance that they was able to remove pretty much. And also with Pickaxe Mountain, will we get the same results? Most likely. But we'll see, though. Maybe we can obliterate it, too, just like we obliterated Mount Fordo, and somehow we're back for the same uranium that we obliterated in Mount Fordo. No, can you believe that?
On record, all we do is read the fake news. You know, we see the news is so wrong so many times. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is, and we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. You know, normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily.
A couple years ago during the campaign, I interviewed you and you told me on MTV Lebanon that the peace will happen in Lebanon. And every word you said during the interview, it's happening today. Like from the first day in the administration, you were working hard for peace. I've been here daily.
I understood Lebanon, and I understood how horribly Lebanon has been treated as a country. They've been like a whipping post. What's happened with Iran and with Hezbollah, but Lebanon's been treated very incredible.
I mean, come on now. Who's whipping Lebanon right now? Who's bombing villages in Lebanon? Who's wiping entire farms, villages, and cities off the map in Lebanon? It ain't Hezbollah. Come on, Trump. Say who it is. Come on. It's our favorite guys out there in the Middle East, man. Don't clam up on us now. I mean, we all know who it is, right? Right.
Incredibly badly, and maybe I'm a little prejudiced in favor of Lebanon because I have so many Lebanese friends.
You're not at all.
Well, no, but there's so many Lebanese friends, and so I understand Lebanon. Tom Barrack is Lebanese, the ambassador.
Regarding the Lebanese army, President Trump, does the Lebanese army currently have the
What
funds?
killed me was he was talking about like Lebanon as if Iran and Hezbollah are the ones that's striking Lebanon. It's like, no, bro, Israel's the one that's striking and literally decimating southern Lebanon. It's like the threat to Lebanon is Israel. Trump, come on, just tell the people the truth.
The equipment and manpower necessary to implement the agreement, or you are asking today President Trump for additional U.S. assistance today to do the job?
Definitely with the support of President Trump, and we spoke on the phone, and I told him I need two things from you: political support and supporting of the LAF, which is the LAF is the most trusted institution in the country, and it has the most powerful weapon, which is the trust of the public. And like any armed forces in the world, the Lebanese armed forces is the backbone of security and stability. We need to support the LAF. The LAF maintain the country safe and stable. Without the LAF, everything will collapse. We don't want that. I think President Trump doesn't want that. In 1975, the first institution to collapse was the LAF. And as a result, we saw the emergence of many local militias, and the South was empty, allowing the Palestinians to roam the South and launch attack against Israel. We don't want to see that back again. All we're asking is keep supporting the LAF, and they know that the LAF is doing great job, performing its duty to the fullest. I fully trust the LAF. I fully trust the leadership of the LAF.
On God, but why were those Palestinians in your country? Because Israel pushed them in there. And why did Israel start attacking your country? Because yes, they pushed the Palestinians into Lebanon. They said, oh yeah, now we got to go ahead and attack Lebanon. And because of that aggression, that gave rise to Hezbollah. Because I'm just like, guys, it's like, come on now. You can't go in there and bomb a country and expect the people to like you. And then your only excuse is, oh no, we're just bombing these terrorists that we chase out of our countries into yours. So now we got to bomb your country. Like, are you like, come on, guys? Does that logic really work with you? Like, really think about that, because that is some insane logic. I hope that sounds insane to you.
And they did a great step forward with the recent signing with Israel. That was a big step.
Are you going to allow direct flight from America to Lebanon again? I'm Pedro from.
I see that happening, absolutely.
Question for President Trump. Tony Rod from NBC TV. So Ambassador Issa, the U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, Michelle Issa, told me that the President Trump would not leave Washington empty-handed. What concrete outcomes will you bring him back to Lebanon?
You'll find out. Thank you all very much. We're doing very well with Iran. We're doing unbelievably with the economy. We have investment, as you know, Toyota.
You know, the economy, I mean, as far as the stock is doing, I guess, all right. But as far as affordability goes, yeah, it's gotten worse for Americans. Of course, with the increasing gas price and then the uptick in inflation, all because of the war, Americans aren't really feeling this so-called roaring economy. The Dow is over 50,000, guys. Yeah, and gas is over $4. I mean, like, what?
Is coming in with the biggest plant, I understand, anywhere in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming into our country. It's going to come into Texas, to be specific. We have more plants under construction now than at any time, by many times. We have over $19.2 trillion being spent in America, and they're going to be opening up in a year and a half. And there's never been a time like this in America. Truly, it's the golden age of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
And all right now, and all right. But also, guys, make sure you're investing, because like I said, the stocks are doing well. But all right. No, but in all person, like, that's not financial advice, but in all, just to give my bit of personal take on that as well, I'm not really too sure about our economy right now either. It's all being held up by AI. And these AI companies are all running at a deficit because their infrastructure the profits can't keep up with the infrastructure. AKA, they're spending more on upkeeping AI than they're actually making money off AI. So, I mean, if they make $1 billion off AI, I mean, they got to spend $2 billion to run it. they're running a deficit. And the only thing that's actually keeping them afloat is angel investors, capital investors that are dumping, a whole lot of money into AI. And guess who's doing that? Our pals out there in the Middle East, actually, that we're letting get bombed, by the way. But also, keep that in mind, though. It's like I would stay away from those AI stocks if I were you. I don't know. Just don't trust them. But that's just me. Go do what you want to do.
Fox News Alert, it's on.
Right side of me.
U.S. Central Command launching crippling strikes against Iran. Command centers, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems wiped out along the coastline. This new offensive aimed at pushing back what's left of the enemy's firepower far away from reaching the strait. The commander-in-chief now calling his shots, like the Babe.
How about these people?
So crazy. Like I said, guys, we released probably over 200 strikes along the coast of Iran, and they're still able to shut down the strait because they're firing rockets and drones from deeper inside of Iran. So that's the reason why we're also progressing more inside, like the firing. We're starting to get deeper inside of Iran. Why? Because we're starting to understand that, okay, yeah, you guys just ain't controlling the strait off the coast. You guys are also doing it from inside of Iran as well. So they actually got to start hitting military targets deeper inside of Iran, which they are starting to get committed to. But, that's also as Iran has started getting committed to start destroying tankers that's trying to cross the strait. And, of course, staying committed to destroying, I would say, civilian infrastructure throughout the Middle East. Really in Kuwait, though. Really in Kuwait. And the reason why they're beating up on Kuwait so much is because of how strongly aligned we are with them. And, we got a big old military base over there. So it's really because of their U.S. support. It's like the more of that country supports the U.S., the more they attack that country. Tough.
They're in this because of nuclear weapons, and they're trying to possibly reconstitute a site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear, we'll be hitting it very, very powerfully.
Pickaxe Mountains in the crosshairs. The Israelis are leaking to the media that the Iranians moved centrifuges under the mountain after Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their 3 main sites. AKA, it's their little plan B, like 3-card Monty, if they ever get their hands on more uranium.
Okay.
Do you believe that Iran has moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain?
It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is. And we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it.
The nuclear dusk has been buried. Their nuclear program's over. So what are they doing in an underground lair? And why is it 6,000 feet deep?
I mean, yeah, because that's all of their bases. They put them 6,000 feet deep because they saw us coming, bro. They saw us coming. Actually, they got their missiles pretty much 600 feet deep. They got their drones 600 feet deep. I mean, they make these missiles and drones 600 feet deep into the goddamn ground inside some random mountain in Iran. So, I mean, yeah, that's actually one of the biggest problems with Iran right now. It's like the real way to actually kill their military capability would be to destroy these underground bases that are about 600 or more feet deep with concrete and granite protecting it. Layers of it, by the way, layers. And that's hard to get through, even with bunker busters.
Do we have the ability to destroy whatever is underneath Pickaxe Mountain?
And that's a good question. You want to know why? Because, guys, like I said, we obliterated Mount Fordo. We obliterated the uranium. It was a completely successful job. Just to be right back in the situation, talking about the same uranium that we apparently obliterated by bombing Mount Fordo. It's like, I mean, yeah, now we got to sit there and doubt you guys because you told us that we obliterated Mount Fordo. For some reason, we're still in a conflict over the same thing that was in Mount Fordo that we said we obliterated. So what's going on here? Can these bunker busters destroy the Iranian underground bases or not? Can they do it or not? Are we just wasting our time? Do we got to put boots on the ground to get those bases under control? Because it's looking like it, sadly.
A lot of our capabilities are classified, but if anybody in the world can reach anything on God's green earth, it's the United States military, the most powerful military in the world. It's all about options and trade-offs.
The option on the president's desk right now is an all-out war that would include pickaxe. Sources say Israel would come in to help deliver the final blow.
See, that's how deep it is. Like, we got to hit it and Israel got to hit it all at the same time. Yeah, like, I think we learned our lesson. Something's telling me that I think we now know that we did not destroy Mount Fordo. And since we understand that now, we're going like, all right, well, if we're going to hit Pickaxe Mountain, we can't make the same mistake with Mount Fordo. So let's go ahead and actually, triple the bombing. Go ahead, Israel. You're going to go ahead and join in too. And hey, if it works, it works. If it don't, then we understand that we actually got to put boots on the ground to get at these underground bases.
The Israelis are already on high alert.
Or, I doubt they'll drop a nuke, but they'll probably put boots on the ground before a nuke.
And preparing to go full scale. F-16s and F-35s are moving into theater, and refueling planes are being pre-positioned. The Iranians say they still want to negotiate, but talks are off. The United States says they're not coming back into the table until the Iranians show they're serious.
Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary. If they want to talk, they can talk. Otherwise, they can deal with the War Department.
The other option on the table, a 10-day ceasefire, a cooling off period, which the Iranians desperately need.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Here's the problem. See, what I've been reading is that we've actually been the one pushing. I'm talking about the United States is the one pushing for the ceasefire, not Iran. Iran's ready just to keep it going. Honestly, they're willing to see how far we're willing to take this and if we got the munitions to do so. And so I don't think that Iran's actually pushing for no ceasefire. Trust me, they want to keep this going. The bad part is that if we keep this going, there's gonna be more destruction on our bases and throughout the Middle East. And two, if we can actually get to a ceasefire, let's be real, is it really gonna be a ceasefire or just gonna be a reloading period like last time? And come on, if it's just a reloading period like last time, then what are we doing? Like, this damn near is gonna be a forever war, except with slight intermediate breaks.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until they give up?
There are no signs. Why, do you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies and kill
Americans. You don't know
Americans.
what the dialogue is.
That's what I'm saying. Come on now. If they were trying to have a ceasefire or trying to take a break, then why are they still relentlessly attacking our allies and our bases? Like, come on, bro. You got to attack that with some type of logic.
Behind the scenes that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated.
Yeah, they're trying to meet desperately behind the scenes to meet while they're bombing our bases and our allies. Okay, bro, you got it.
Get that when you listen to your fake station.
While we're dropping bombs, the commander-in-chief's
playing. That's just like a common sense question. It's like, bro, you're saying that they're desperately trying to meet while they're bombing our bases and our allies. Like I said, if you were trying to meet with somebody, would you do something to agitate them before you went to go meet them? Like, or if you wanted to invite them over, you're just going to go try to do something to piss them off? Like, let's be real here.
Diplomat. The president's peeling Lebanon away from the gay Ayatollah. The Lebanese president visited the White House today. It was the first time in 15 years. It was quite chummy.
Mr. President, it's an honor having you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I've been looking forward to this visit for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Meeting such a great president like yourself.
That's a very nice thing. See, he knows how to get to me. He can have anything.
Trump shattered the entire network of Iranian alliances. The War Department is looking to train, equip, and vet elite army units in Lebanon to go in and purge and disarm.
Oh, yeah, guys, like I said, if you have any questions, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. But other than that, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and smash the like button and subscribe to the channel, especially if you've been watching for longer than 10 minutes. Appreciate the support.
From Hezbollah for good. This keeps Israel from having to do the dirty work, which Lebanon likes quite a bit.
Which is crazy. Hold on, wait. Say that again. Say that delusional thing again one more time.
Trump shattered the entire network of Iranian alliances. The War Department is looking to train, equip, and vet elite army units in Lebanon to go in and purge and disarm Hezbollah for good.
Okay. So who are we arming? What radical militant group are we arming and training this time to go fight Hezbollah? Or are we just gonna do like we did in Afghanistan, right? We're just gonna get, some civilians to help out and bomb the Taliban and possibly accidentally kill civilians as well. Is that what we're gonna do again? Like, come on, bro. Why we even gotta do anything? Let Israel handle it. Let them do it. They started this. They bombed them first. They broke the ceasefire. Since they want to start breaking the ceasefire, let them finish off Hezbollah. They broke the ceasefire with them. You would expect them to have some follow through.
Good. This keeps Israel from having to do the dirty work,
Why
which
shouldn't they?
Lebanon likes quite a bit. And it could even bring Lebanon into the Abraham Accords.
I can't do it, bro. The sympathy for Israel is too strong. It's too strong within them, bro. Ain't no fucking way. Bro, they started this. Literally went over there and broke the ceasefire, bombed the shit out of them, been bombing the shit out of them, displacing over 1 million Lebanese people. And you're talking about, yeah, I'm so happy that Israel don't got to do anything no more. Yeah, let's leave it up to America to just start training insurgents to go take out Hezbollah now. It's like, why we got to do it? Because that's going to involve taxpayer dollars. So I'm just saying, why we got to do it? Why do it got to be us?
Iran's other proxies, the Houthis, could set up their own blockade in the Red Sea. Now, that's another key choke point like Hormuz. Shipping goes north and south through the Mediterranean, connecting Europe to the Middle East and Asia. Iran's trying to terrorize the main artery of world trade. Now, if the Houthis get frisky, there could be trouble.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front in the war?
See what happens. So far, it hasn't happened, might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it.
The U.S. Navy will keep the oil flowing and protected from piracy. Over 500 million barrels of oil sailed right under the nose of Iran during Project Freedom. And we have bases on the Horn of Africa ready to do their duty. Hegseth testified today that we are in total control of traffic. Our guided missile destroyers, like the USS Mason, continue to sail the seas, and morale on board sky high.
Bro, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, guys. Like, is this man serious? So, I mean, come on, guys. You can just go to maritimetraffic.com and you can pretty much see the shutdown of the strait for yourself. But I mean, you know what? I got time. Why not? I'm petty. All right, so pretty much this is what the strait looking like right now. Yep, not really too much activity. It's the same ships hanging around, of course, and yeah, no activity really going on in the strait here. Like, once again, these guys are still pretty much jumbled up on the other side, pretty much waiting for the go-ahead from Iran. Why? Because Iran still controls the strait. I know, tough, right? This is the reality of the strait that we're living. I mean, not the strait, but the reality of the world that we're living in. All right, though, let's go ahead and get back to our guy, Jesse Waters. What can I say? He's funny, though. He is funny. I'll give him that. But man, bro, I ain't gonna lie. He spit that propaganda, bro. He spit it like nobody else. I'll tell you that. He's good at it. He has a real talent.
Iran's terrorizing the strait because it's their only leverage. But they're going to lose that leverage, not just because of U.S. air power, but because Gulf countries are skipping the strait. Iraq just visited the White House, and they signed off on Chevron finishing a pipeline from Baghdad to Syria into the Mediterranean.
Yeah, you think that's going to happen during a war, dog? It's like, bro, Iran's going to bomb the shit out of that. That's the problem. It's like, bro, they're bombing the shit out of vessels that even try to go through the Omanian side of the strait. What makes you think they're going to start bombing pipelines that try to pretty much completely like subvert? Like, they just go straight around it. I'm sorry, they're not, like, are you serious? No, they're not going to let that happen unless you take out the IRGC, you completely destabilize Iran. Unless you do that, you militarily neuter them. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That'd be a very dumb deal.
Iran won't be able to clip any tankers because the tankers will be off the coast of Greece. Chevron's also going to drill, baby, drill in southern Iraq. And ConocoPhillips just took a huge stake in Iraqi oil. So y'all just go, all right, look, man, if this war concludes and we can still stay there, these are great deals. This is good news. But I doubt this is going to happen while this war is going on. So people can make these deals and all that good stuff, but they're not going to start while a war is popping off and Iran can strike Iraq at any time. And then hold on, dude, you not forget the Shia militant groups in Iraq that will be happy to start fucking around and start trying to get in the way of that? Like, did we forget about those guys? Or like, okay, no, we're just forgetting about important variables here. Remember Trump said we should have taken the oil? Well, there you go. Starlink is going to start operating in Iraq. Even JP Morgan is going to open a Baghdad branch. Those deals are worth $60 billion. So we've pulled Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon away from the mullahs. And we're selling the Arabs $2 trillion in AI, plus weapons. Russia and China aren't even in the sandbox. The president setting the table. And now the Iranian economy is on the brink.
We have found the...
Guys, we're not going to try to build a pipeline while Shia militant groups are trying to attack us. I'm sorry, but these companies are not going to try to build a pipeline while Shia militant groups are trying to attack them. We pretty much got to solve the regional war, this regional conflict first before we even think about any oil investments.
money man for the Ayatollah, and we hope to soon be able to print his $100 million plus properties and show the addresses. Their currency has collapsed. It is at an all-time low versus the dollar. It's in free fall. And we think the inflation rate is upwards of 180%.
Iran sugar daddy, China, alligator arms. Crude purchases down 40%. Venezuela, even worse. Big mistake.
Yeah, I mean, bro, are you serious? Bro, I'm be real with you. Like, bro, you're misreading that. That's them being clutch. Bro, them bringing down their crude oil imports by 40% pretty much drew down the demand and also helped out with the pricing. So prices didn't skyrocket across the world. Like, I'm sorry, but this ain't, I hate to say this, but China was low-key clutch for that. What are you talking about? If it wasn't for China pretty much saying, look, we're gonna take in 40% less oil imports, bro, prices would have been a whole lot more higher, a whole lot more, because there'd have been more demand on the market. It would have been dwindling down on the already scarce supply that we're dealing with through the closure of the strait. So because China pretty much said we're gonna take in less oil, prices did not skyrocket. Like, are you serious? Like, I wouldn't even mention that. I wouldn't even mention that.
By Beijing to build their energy supplies off sanctioned rogues now surrounded by Pistol Pete. Our Arab allies believe that Iran's about to tap. Their economy's in tatters and their currency's cratering. Yep, they're still shooting, but they can't keep up.
Iran is at the weakest point militarily it has ever been in the past decade. Certainly, maybe in 47 years, as they've gathered effectively a terror army. So I acknowledge they still have capabilities, no doubt. But the amount of damage that we've done to them over the course of these series of operations has put them in the worst place they've ever been.
The mission's expensive. There's no doubt about it. The president argues it is worth the cost. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, he says, or a military that can jack up U.S. energy prices. Hegseth and General Raising Cane testified on Capitol Hill today to say we have to finish the job, but they need money. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs says the character of war is changing, and Biden left them with an empty war chest.
And the Biden administration ignored hypersonics. They just decided to pretend like that technology didn't exist, and we should.
All right, that's fair. That's extremely fair criticism. I mean, I got to give it to Hegseth on that one. Why? Because it's like, yo, we did ignore hypersonics, and we didn't even get into it until Trump, actually. And I'm pretty sure Hegseth looked at it and was like, yo, why aren't we getting into this? And you can look it up. We have a hypersonic missile coming out called the Black Eagle. The problem is, though, is that we're a bit too late. Like, guys, China got our hypersonic missiles. Russia got hypersonic missiles. And, bro, Iran had hypersonic missiles before us. Can you believe that bullshit? Iran had hypersonic missiles before us. Tough.
Invested in. There are things, I don't know what Lloyd Austin did for 4 years. I really don't.
Well, I'm sure
the amount of neglect, the amount of stale thinking and bureaucracy,
proceed if I
it
might
was
before-
staggering when we took over.
Democrats at the hearing did talk a lot about winning the war, but they mostly meant the war in Ukraine.
We're at a moment in history where we can win the war in Ukraine. That victory would be critically important for those people who have fought for more than 4 years against the odds and proven they can put Putin back on his heels. But instead of finding the money that they need now for air defenses, we're putting more money into this exchange with Iran, a war of choice, which we never should have entered.
I mean, that's a good point, but it's a wild point when you try to say, well, because we're getting into this war with Iran, that means we can't fund Ukraine. It's like, dog, we shouldn't be in none of this. We shouldn't be starting a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine, and we shouldn't be at war with Iran. We shouldn't be spending money on none of those things.
Did the Democrats say we have to win the war in Iran? I didn't hear it. They all said we have to win the war in Ukraine. Guys, the U.S. is at war now. No one's shooting at Americans in Europe. They're shooting at Americans in the Strait.
I appreciate as much as anybody winning a war.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, we kind of popped it off with Iran and accepted that was gonna be that was gonna be an option for us. That was gonna be a necessary, I guess, casualty, a necessary consequence, or an acceptable consequence for us to take. Because let's be real, Iran told us that, yeah, we're gonna start attacking military bases, we're gonna start attacking allies in the region, and we're gonna close down the Strait. And they told us this before this war. We heard that, and we still went into this. So it kills me when they say, well, they're attacking our guys. Yeah, that's what happens when you attack a country. They attack you back. I mean, what did you expect? And I mean, let's be real. This is one of the reasons why we say we need to get out of the Middle East already. Pull back out of the Middle East, let them handle their own shit instead of trying to play kingmaker out there.
War. But I sit in front of a committee that wants to talk about winning a war that's been going on for 4 years and talks about strategic defeat of a conflict that's been going on for 4 months to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. I would hope for some perspective in this town.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. It's like the problem is we really can't stop Putin from winning with Ukraine. I mean, look, we could all sit here and be delusional and think that Ukraine's gonna win, but they're not. But here's the thing with the Iran war. We can't sit here and pretend like this wasn't a strategical L. Bro, they shut down the Strait, hurt our economy, drove up inflation, and we have not been able to remove their military, decimate their military. We haven't got a regime change. We replaced the old Ayatollah with his son. I mean, bro, and here's the thing. They're still able to close the Strait. They're still able to fire at our bases. It's like, yeah, what's going on here? This looks like a strategic defeat, considering that Epic Fury was oh so great. We're just dropping bombs on them 24/7 for a week or two. And now when that stops, we figure out that nothing really happened. And then we're about to give them a sweetheart deal with the memorandum of understanding. Now we're popping it back off. And if we don't finish the job this time, I mean, guys, if the memorandum of understanding made you sick, all right, well, prepare what we're going to have to do next. Because it's really going to hurt you in your stomach. You're really going to throw up in your mouth after that one. Why? Because, I mean, if we can't get it done with this, then we're going to have to get down to more favorable terms for Iran. And nobody want to do that. So we better finish the job here and now. Because if we don't, then I guess Iran just controls the Middle East at that point.
Of the historic nature of what President Trump is undertaking. Do you want radical Islamists to have a nuclear bomb?
I don't want to hear your speech because I have limited time.
I don't understand.
If you can't answer my question, then I will move on to my next question.
Obama and Biden sent money to Iran. They used it to buy missiles, launch them at our troops, and now the Democrats don't want to send money to the Pentagon to keep them safe.
Bro.
They want to give money to Zelensky, but not Trump.
It is wild, though. That is insane. Look, I don't support giving any money for either of those causes. No war, period. But it is kind of wild how the Dems is framing it as, oh, no, we should be supporting Zelensky with billions of dollars, not war with Iran. I'm like, how about not support both? What's wrong with that position? I mean, that's a pretty reasonable position right there.
The Democrats want to win the midterms. They don't want to win the war.
Maybe it's because we kind of understand that Ukraine is low-key cooked, so Ukraine is finished. But I mean, hey, Iran is on and popping as we speak.
war in Iran. Now, it was back and forth all afternoon until Pete finally erupted.
You don't have a strategy. You don't have a long-term plan to actually win this war. Win the war. The men and women are going to be able to do it, but they need to have leadership. When will you show leadership? When will you show leadership?
Why don't you show some leadership and stand up to your fellow Democrats who won't fund the troops, who stand and play partisan politics while you don't give us the money? You want to stand up here and talk about the troops? You won't show any political courage to actually fund our department because you have Trump derangement syndrome and can't actually commit to anything meaningful.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all.
All right, now let's go ahead and get on the left side of media. That should be good. Let's go ahead and get it to CNN. Let's see what they got to say about it.
The U.S. military is carrying out its 10th night of strikes on Iran, even after 3 U.S. service members were killed over the weekend. Colonel Layton, Iran has been focusing on counter.
I'm not gonna lie to that was a pretty heated exchange, and like I said, I don't like the argument that the Dems are coming with here. It's like, oh, you shouldn't be supporting this war with Iran, which I agree with, but you should be supporting Ukraine's efforts with Russia, which they're losing in, which would be a complete. I mean, I'll be real with you. Both are a complete waste of money, by the way. Both we put money into and we're not getting our way. So let's just stop both. I mean, simple as that.
Counterattacks on Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan. At the beginning of the war, it was a much wider breadth of countries they were targeting in the Gulf region. Why the shift here?
Yeah, that's a great question, Phil. One of the reasons that they did this is because there's a preponderance of American military forces in places like Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain. There are also some in the UAE, but there are some relationships that the Iranians have with the UAE and with Qatar, which also has a major U.S. military base. In fact, the largest Air Force base overseas is in Qatar. And the Iranians have decided at the moment not to attack those two areas because of those relationships and the fact that Qatar and the UAE are also working on mediation with Iran. So that's one of the main reasons. But the countries of Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan, they are more open to the U.S. Being a presence in their area for a long time.
And the crazy thing is that Iran really don't got to use their long-range missiles to actually hit Kuwait. So it's like a really easy target for them. And then Jordan, I mean, well, you've seen what they had to do with Jordan. They had to send over some intermediate missiles along with some hypersonic. Well, with, I guess, a few hypersonics. But hey, I mean, it is what it is with that.
Long time. And the Iranians have basically said that these are areas that they want to strike because of that U.S. presence.
Very explicit, it seems.
Yep. So the stronger the U.S. presence, the more they're going to get struck.
And how they're targeting at this point. Another service member was killed in a, quote, controlled detonation. Explain for people what that means.
So when you're looking at, where these people were killed in northern Iraq is the one that you're actually speaking about here. So in this area in Kurdistan is where this happened. So when you're looking at a controlled detonation, what you're talking about is an effort to basically do what a bomb disposal crew would do. So
wait, hold on. What are we doing over there in Kurdistan with the Kurds that we've been pretty much hinting that we want to train to pretty much, lay siege to Iran or to pretty much, go in there and try to destabilize Iran? What are we doing up there with the Kurds?
An explosive ordnance technician was the one that was there trying to dismantle a bomb that was on probably one of these Shahid drones. And that was the idea, was to take out the explosive device before it could harm other people. So he or she was basically going in and trying to defuse the bomb. That's what.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and make sure to subscribe to the channel while you're at it. And also, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to engage with it. Just send in a super chat or a Venmo. And yes, if you want to, and if you're a disagreeer, I mean, look, put your money where your mouth is. I'd be happy to engage with your disagreement. But if not, you can cry in the chat. I mean, go ahead.
The effort was in this particular case.
And we're also learning the U.S. is sending more fighter jets to the Middle East. What does that bill tell us about the strategy, the shifting strategy, whatever things are at this point?
Yeah, so one of the types of fighter jets is really the workhorse of the U.S. Air Force, the F-16, and it is basically used for things like air-to-air combat and also air-to-ground attacks. So this is an aircraft that can be used for those very specific missions. And then for the F-35, which is a very key mission, air superiority and strike missions. So what they're going to be doing is they're going to be taking jets like this and actually moving them forward in a way that would allow them to really strike at targets really throughout the region. And when you look at the entire region here, they've got a plethora of targets that they can go after. So the target set that we're looking at would include areas here in the south and in the west because of missile launch facilities there. And then we can't forget about Tehran because that's really the center of everything. And then potentially they might actually strike at targets in the northeast because that's the connection via rail to Russia and China.
Do you think from the northeast perspective, Iran's air defenses are demolished enough, are taken care of? Like they still clearly have capability.
No.
That overflight, I think, would put U.S. assets at a pretty significant risk.
It does put them at risk. However, one of the key things to keep in mind is they have conducted these overflights multiple times, and with assets here in the Arabian Sea and in the Persian Gulf and in places all around here, the overflight is actually not that complicated because they know where the air defense assets are, and they've taken out a lot of them, and they can hit here. They've already hit here once. They've taken out a railroad bridge right about there. And that very fact really shows what they're capable of. So yes, they can take out a lot more of what the Iranians have if that's part of the target list and if it's part of the strategy.
There's no
I mean, yeah, like I said, Trump's already pretty much given the green light to start striking civilian infrastructure. You know, as long as it got dual use infrastructure. Let's just say that dual use. Because, you know, you kind of start trying to tell people that, you know, striking these bridges can constitute as a war crime, depending on, how many citizens compared to, the military use it. You know that, right? This can't destroy all the bridges leading out to other provinces and say, oh, no, we're just hitting the military. No, you kind of entrapped every person in that region, like logistically, which is kind of insane. But I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. They're saying that those are military targets, apparently.
Questioning the effectiveness of the air campaign. It's kind of everything around that. It's still kind of up in the air.
The U.S. Defense Secretary has been on Capitol Hill as he trying to defend the war in Iran and ask for more money. Dan Kane said the war had cost almost $38 billion, and that is set to grow.
The Democratic senators are raising the policy objections and the concerns about how the war began, whether the president was properly advised and so forth. And I think the secretary and the general are just trying to preserve the privacy of their advice to the president, and also trying to defend themselves from a war that's turned to be very, very difficult.
So as you look at it and the ability going forward, I mean, there was first of all this accusation that the number of injured is not being of U.S. forces being injured, some seriously, is not being reported either with the accuracy or the efficiency that it should be, which of course would be very distressing.
You know, one of the things that we have learned from watching the Ukrainians is they do not report their losses. So every day you may hear about missile strikes on Kyiv, but you don't hear how many Ukrainian servicemen were killed. That's information that does have intelligence value to our adversary. And one of the things we learned in Vietnam and have learned since then is that when you are dealing with the public and their understanding, they focus on casualties rather than on other aspects that are important in understanding the conflict. Now, these casualties are tragic, and certainly our commanders are doing all they can, I'm sure, to prevent them. But the truth is that war is a risk. And when you put men and women over there are likely to be casualties, and that's just a fact. And so I understand why the Pentagon is trying to withhold some of that information. And I hope our viewers.
Like I said, it's a terrible argument how, I would say the guys on the right or MAGA will pretty much hit you with the whole, oh, well, you got to understand it's war. Yeah, I know. That's why we didn't want to get into it, because we understand that it's war. Yeah, people die. Prices skyrocket. I mean, who wants that? Apparently you guys, since you guys want to sit here and say, well, said that's war, people die, prices skyrocket, so just accept it, even though you didn't vote for it. It's like, do y'all hear yourselves? Like last time I checked, I thought we all voted for Trump for no new wars, but apparently y'all switched up as soon as Trump jumped right into one, which is a crazy work right there. Crazy work right there, MAGA. Y'all got it on that.
too.
There would be, I suppose, a suggestion that that might be a valid point, provided, General Clark, eventually the full numbers to come out and are made public.
Of course they come out eventually, and that's important. And leaders have to be held accountable for their performance.
Right.
But I think in the day-to-day struggle here, it's important that, for example, you don't want to tell the enemy exactly where a missile struck, what element it hit, the name of the person immediately, because they might use it for targeting. So I think there is reluctance to share some of this information. I fought in Vietnam, and I know that we were very prompt in reporting casualties, and sometimes that overpowered the public appreciation of what the soldiers themselves were trying to accomplish. So there's a balance here. In a democracy, the people and representatives deserve truth, and but on the other hand, we have to have military operational secrecy to a point.
This business of the ammunition and the missiles and the running down of the stocks, I guess to somebody like myself who really has very little idea of how all this is done, other than the fact that you use them and they have to be replenished, are you concerned that the United States is deploying and using armaments at a rate not only that can't be replenished, but that is worryingly fast?
Yes, I think we're all concerned about the rate of expenditure of critical munitions.
Bro, we've been talking about this for a minute now. Here's the thing. Trump kind of exposed a lot with the first ceasefire with Iran, when he really wasn't trying to get back into it. He pretty much said, like, guys, look, our strategic reserves are at, we got 4 weeks left and we're at rock bottom. And I'm not even sure if we got that left. And also it's like, bro, what this man is pretty much saying right here, which is
be replenished, but that is worryingly fast.
Yes, I think we're all concerned about the rate of expenditure of critical munitions.
There you go. Rate of expenditure of critical munitions, aka we're running low on munitions and we're constantly using them, but we are not constantly producing them. Like our Trump should have worked on that first if he actually wanted to get into a war like this. But no, sadly, he didn't really work on that too much, and he jumped right into this war where we're just dumping out munitions faster than we can build them. So there's that. And the reason why this was released, because pretty much the Pentagon got like a sales team, right, that goes over their munitions, and they pretty much pitch sales to the pretty much these guys pitch the sales of munitions or weapons to the Pentagon, saying that, well, you need this much THAAD, you need this much Patriots, you need this much ROM, all that good stuff. And usually the Pentagon will go off their advice and buy and place an order for those munitions. And this is pretty much coming from that same sales team that is in the Pentagon, pretty much saying that, we're running low and we need a whole lot of munitions and we need it now, and we need you to put in, and you guys need to start buying it. And the Pentagon is pretty much saying that we can put in the order, but it's going to be years before we get it.
Especially defensive.
Guys, look how much missiles we make. Like, bro, I think we made like 100 Tomahawk missiles a year. Just 100, guys, just 100. And you got Iran out here making like 300 a month. We're making 100 Tomahawk missiles per year.
Missiles like the Patriot and the THAAD. And efforts are being made to accelerate the production. But they're slow. These are complex systems. On the one hand, you could say, well, they're made to be used. But on the other hand, we've got some big challenges facing us. So, yes, we're concerned. Now, I will tell you that we've got a very large store of conventional bombs that can be equipped with guidance kits called joint direct attack munitions. And this,
guys, you know how much Patriot missiles we make a year? The interceptors? Yeah, we got about 600 to about 650 Patriot missiles we make a year. A year, guys, a year. Let's see. Manufacturer Lockheed Martin recently signed a framework agreement to triple this output to 2,000 missiles annually by 2030, though. By 2030. So we're a little bit years off. Because that's what we should have been at in the first goddamn place. But I digress.
This is what's being used in a majority of the strikes currently, I think, underway in Iran.
Your reaction to the deaths of these service members and the president's vow of retribution to make Iran pay?
First of all of our hearts go out to the families, teammates, friends of the people that we've lost. Every loss is a tragedy. These are particularly so because we're in an unnecessary conflict and we don't seem to have a good way out of it right now. As you heard, they're increasing the air assets going into the theater. That suggests additional escalation. Donald Trump has put himself in a box, and there's no easy way for him to get out of it. He initiated this war thinking there'd be a very quick victory, and that's not what's happened. And what I think has been missing in his mind is the understanding of the Iranian regime's willingness to resist and their intent to achieve their own objectives. And that's what he's confronted with. He doesn't have control of the situation, and that's very, very obvious right now.
On the fact that the U.S. is moving assets into the region, they're planning to send additional F-16, F-35 fighter jets, as well as aerial refueling tanks. What options does that open up for the Pentagon?
Basically, continued and additional airstrikes. Now, the president's been threatening to attack infrastructure and so on, and we've seen some of that already. Most of the attacks, as we understand it, have been against military targets. The problem we have is that Iran has dispersed its assets, it's concealed them, it's hardened them in some cases, and they're tactical assets. They're really hard to get at. You can't keep continuous air presence everywhere, over, around, all the time. It just can't be done. So their ability to
especially like when they're able to pop out of the ground, shoot missiles, and then go right back underground. It's like, yeah, he's right. You can't be everywhere at once. And if you understand how Iran works, that's literally what they're doing. Like, all right, where they're not striking at, that's where we're going to fire missiles from. And then we'll go back underground. And when a U.S. stops striking over there, we'll fire missiles from over there. Then we'll go back underground. Like, you see the problem here?
attack assets in the Strait of Hormuz is continues and has not diminished meaningfully. And until that does happen, then they'll be able to control the strait. We don't have a good answer to that. It's a very foreseeable problem that the president should have understood, should have been advised about before he started this war. We can escalate. We can go after other targets. As one of your earlier guests said, that's a war crime. But that doesn't seem to have constrained this president very much. And so he can do that and inflict greater pain on Iran. I think it's unknown how much they're willing to accept to make their point that they want to control the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, Tehran is striking civilian infrastructure, conversely, across the Gulf, including water treatment plants, civilian airports, as well as air capabilities in terms of detection. Do you think that risks driving a wedge between these Gulf allies and the United States?
Oh, I think that's the intent.
Yeah,
is to extract a price from other countries in the region.
So pretty much what Iran's trying to do is pretty much like, all right, they're trying to turn us from a asset to a liability. Because remember, the reason why we're there is because these Gulf countries depend on us for protection. And if we turn that, and if they turn us from protection to the reason why they're getting struck, then yeah, that could honestly, push us out of the region. That'll get them to look at us a little bit disfavorably. It is what it is. But then also there is the whole, I know what you're saying, well, why would they be mad at us and when Iran's the one attacking them? And you're right. Iran is, and they're pissed at Iran too. Trust me, they're very pissed at Iran. But the problem is they also understand that, Iran didn't start all this until we attacked Iran without telling them and popped off this whole regional war pretty much. So they're pretty pissed off at both sides, reasonably so.
And discourage them from supporting the United States. There's also some indications that the war will widen, that the Houthis will now be trying to close the Red Sea basically to Saudi Arabia and prevent their shipments out by that alternative route. So we don't see a good outcome anywhere in sight at this point. I've been saying from day one on this that there was a risk that Iran would overplay its hand. I think that's what they're doing. They can't get much more out of President Trump than he's already willing to concede. And they should recognize that and cut a deal with him. But that doesn't seem to be the path they're on. And Trump is left with very few options but to escalate and try to convince them that it's time to do a deal. So that's where we are.
So,
one of the main reasons we're escalating is because we don't want to let Iran control the strait. And that's what Iran was doing. They was letting people through the Iranian side of the Strait of Hormuz, and they was making these guys pretty much pay a service fee. And here's the problem. As soon as we try to open up the Omanian side to give vessels a way out of this so-called service fee that Iran is placing on them, well, Iran starts blowing up these ships, hitting them with drones, hit one with a missile, completely sunk it. And of course, today, Iran has been reported to struck about what? Let me see here. Struck another commercial vessel. Yeah, so another commercial vessel was hit by Iran today. So yeah, they're going all out. They're going all out here. Like they're striking our bases, they're striking infrastructure within the region, and they're also out here striking vessels.
In your eyes,
and remember, this is all while we're pretty much trying to dwindle their military capability by just bombing them relentlessly. And they're still being able to do all this. But we'll see how long they can keep this up, though.
It's far more like.
I mean, we'll see how long we can keep this up. Let's see how long. Honestly, it's like we're all wondering who's going to give out first. It's either we're going to run out of munitions, we're just going to lessen down. Trump's going to go to a ceasefire, or it's going to bomb Iran so much that I don't know, the IRGC give up, or the people just get tired of it and revolt because they can't, deal with the complete destruction of their country. Either or.
That we get a serious escalation well before there's any kind of resumed ceasefire or even a more lasting deal.
I can't put a percentage on that.
Sure.
It's impossible to predict. The Iranians have their own way of looking at the situation. I can't really get inside their heads. It's not the transactional approach that our president brings to the table. They've gone way beyond, that. And so I think the big surprise for him has been their willingness, their resilience, their willingness to accept punishment, and their continuing attempts to demonstrate that they can control the straits and to not give us the kind of limitations on their nuclear program we'd like to have.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. We're going to have to fight them for that, sadly. It's like, for one, if we want to get like an inspection on their nuclear program, get them to give up their nuclear enrichment, or just to give up their nuclear stockpile, the 60% enriched nuclear stockpile, yeah, it seems like we're going to have to whoop their ass for that one, which we have yet to do. So, but look, guys, you never know. I'm not saying that we can't do it. I'm just saying, guys, if we dedicate ourselves to this, we risk destroying our own economy, destroying the entire Middle East. And of course, more American lives will be lost. Like, is it worth it? That's what I want to know. If it's worth it, then, look, man, as soon as that ground invasion starts, I expect you to enlist if you truly think this is worth it. Heart to the cause, right?
Mostly minor in the last 14 days. That's despite President Trump insisting that Iran's military has been destroyed. New CNN reporting finds the Pentagon has been slow to disclose injuries. Officials cite security needs for those delays. A Trump administration official says a dignified transfer will take place for 4 fallen service members tomorrow. 2 have been identified. First Lieutenant Tyler Freehan and Private Isabella Gonzalez were killed by an attack in Jordan on Friday. A 3rd service member was killed in Iraq on Saturday, and remains have been recovered in the search for a 4th soldier missing in Jordan. Now, President Trump has warned that Iran will, quote, pay many times over.
Yeah, we're pretty much almost counting that one. We're pretty much saying that, sadly, they found remains, but they pretty much haven't confirmed anything yet. They haven't found the body. And I'm just like, yeesh. Worst case scenario. But, worst case scenario, he's dead. Best case scenario, they found some remains, but hopefully, it wasn't anything concrete. Like, oh, no, yeah, you can't go on living without this.
Every time it kills a U.S. service member. Let's get right to CNN's Betsy Klein live at the White House with all the latest developments this morning. Betsy, what are you learning?
Well, John, this has been multiple days of escalation for this conflict and a particularly violent moment in this war. We have learned that the Pentagon has really been slow to report injuries, as you mentioned, but Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell announcing in a statement that nearly 100 U.S. service members have been injured since this conflict began to re-escalate and that ceasefire fell apart back on July 7th. Now, Parnell says that most of those injuries have been minor concussions. But of course, this comes after 3 U.S. service members were killed over the weekend. And we have learned that the U.S. has located remains of an unidentified person after one U.S. service member, another U.S. service member was reported missing in action. Now, U.S. Central Command has announced a 10th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. This time, they say, again aimed at degrading Iran's capability of attacking those ships in the Strait of Hormuz, that critical oil thoroughfare. Now, this comes as mediators between the U.S. and Iran are floating the possibility of a 10-day ceasefire, an effort really here to get diplomacy back on track. Now, this proposal.
Yep, and it's coming from the Pakistanis and the other, pretty much other, what was it? Foreign ministers in the Gulf region. Why? Because the Gulf wants this war to end. The Gulf countries want this war to end ASAP. Because think about it, they're the ones taking the damage here. Their economy's taking the damage. Their infrastructure's taking the damage. So trust me, they want this to stop. And they're pretty much pushing us and Iran to pretty much cut the bullshit.
Would include lifting restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz, and that comes as
I can respect that. Why? Because it's like, come on now, this war is literally going on while they're like literal countries like put at risk, and their infrastructure is also being put at risk because this war is going on. And I know what you're saying. Well said. Why don't they direct their anger towards the Iranians? Because that'll only cause more further destruction in their country. They can't afford that right now. Shoot, they can barely afford the destruction that's going on right now. So, of course, they're going to try to push for a ceasefire.
the U.S. has imposed this naval blockade on ships traveling to and from Iranian ports. And Iran, as I mentioned, has been firing on commercial shipping vessels in recent days. Now, as we think about where the administration's head is at, the U.S. official telling CNN in a statement, quote, "Right now, President Trump is focused on making Iran pay for their violations of the Memorandum of Understanding and their continued acts of terrorism in the Strait of Hormuz. In addition, the president will make Iran pay for the recent deaths of U.S. soldiers." That official goes on to say that diplomatic talks are continuing here. But in terms of next steps, it is possible that the Trump administration chooses to pursue this diplomatic off-ramp here. It is also possible the president has threatened to target Iran's critical infrastructure. That could include bridges, as well as Karg Island, a key oil hub that would almost certainly require boots on the ground. Now, President Trump is very angry. He's made that clear in a series of posts to social media that says Iran killing U.S. service members will have to pay, quote, many times over. He's set to meet with the president of Lebanon, a key ally in the region, later today, and tomorrow will pay his respects at Dover for that dignified transfer.
Congressman, the cost of this war has been profound, and in so many ways. We understand in just the first few days of the war, all of the THAAD missile defenses in the region were taken out except for maybe one. And there's a lot more where that came from. So there's that. And then there is the human cost, which I find just so stunning for the American public at this point in this war to understand that 100 American troops have been wounded in just the past 2 weeks. This is in just the past 2 weeks. And we're perhaps only finding out about it because reporters have been pushing and trying to get to the truth. So what do you know the full extent of American injuries? And do you know the full extent of equipment losses? When I mention THAAD,
we don't. Yeah. Look, we don't because the Pentagon has not been transparent about that.
Okay, so we don't even know the damage done to our bases, our equipment loss, none of that. And I mean, if they're hiding that, then yeah, just imagine what they might be hiding when it comes to those who got injured. I mean, I would hope and pray that they weren't devious enough, duplicitous enough to hide deaths. I would hope and pray they wouldn't do something like that because that would completely cook this administration at that point. But wounded, I mean, they could play that off. They could definitely play it off and be like, well, you never really know until they get out the hospital, until we get the report from the doctor, yada, yada, yada. But not reporting on the damages done to our base and the cost of that. I mean, yeah, they're intentionally doing that because let's be real, to add that to the cost of the war, of what we're spending right now, would be like, come on now, we're already talking about over $100 billion, maybe over 200 billion, if that.
I get reports from people who they
Dude, look, bro, when we fire off into the air at those at the drones and the missiles and all that good stuff, yeah, those are millions of dollars we're spending right there just defending ourselves.
know a service member at a base in Jordan or Iraq or somewhere say, yeah, we heard there was an attack, there's 20 or 30 people wounded. Pentagon doesn't say anything about it. We dig into it, as the New York Times has, and you then find out. But look, this is, again, No transparency. As you said, no press conference.
Oh God, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in, guys, or you can go ahead and send a GIF. Appreciate the support, guys, and let's keep it going.
So conversation about this. We have a dictator running this country. We have never had a situation where we've been at war and the president has treated it as his own war where he doesn't have to share information with the American people or with the Congress. I mean, this is a frightening situation. And yeah, they have not been telling us what's been happening in terms of lost equipment, in terms of the cost of the war, and certainly in terms of the service members who have been wounded.
Can I just say something that I think is, I guess it's painfully obvious, but I feel like I have to say it, Congressman. You are the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. It would seem to me definitional that if anybody knew the extent of losses of things like the entire missile defense system for the United States bases and countries that we support in the region and American troops being injured, that your source wouldn't be somebody calling who has a friend who serves on a base, but you're telling me it is.
Yeah, well, and we're digging. My staff is constantly in contact with as many people as we can at the Pentagon.
Yeah, there has been complaints that there just isn't enough information getting outside. It's like people are pretty much having to leak information, and well, apparently that the military don't want out there because it just makes them look bad, and it makes this war look like more of a bad idea than it already was.
They are just not being transparent. We have to sort of pull it out of them or find it in one place or another. So, look, I mean, the lack of transparency certainly is concerning, but the bigger concern, we're in a war that we have no idea how to get out of. And the costs are mounting. The service members' deaths are unbelievably tragic. They continue to be at risk. The financial costs, but also just the international economic costs. Now we've got the Houthis saying they're going to shut down the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which is only going to add to these problems. We need to negotiate a settlement and end this conflict.
Why do you think the administration has waited 14 days to tell the American public?
Because they're trying to, Donald Trump does not want to stand in front of the American people and make the case for this war. He never thought he'd have to. I mean, look, it's one thing to say we're into this thing for 5 months now. The most egregious part of that, besides the launching of the war without a plan, is the fact that there was no effort to prepare the American people. And so Donald Trump, instead of actually doing the hard work of preparing the American people, talking about what the goal is here, has instead tried to convince everybody every week that the war is over. And it's part of why are you hiding the injuries? Because it's not something he wants to talk about. It's not unprecedented in American history in terms of this level of hiding these things, but it's disgusting. And by the way, Russia and China potentially are providing this targeting data, and we're not hearing anything about that. In fact, Kash Patel's going to Russia now in October.
I want to hear more about that. General, the Pentagon previously told CNN that reporting delays, they're necessary to protect troops across the Middle East. And even top lawmakers have said they're in the dark. Listen.
They have not been telling us what's been happening in terms of lost equipment, in terms of the cost of the war, and certainly in terms of the service members who have been wounded.
Crazy work.
Is that standard protocol?
It is something where obviously there's a little bit of a delay to be able to properly notify families of any kind of injuries or deaths. So that part is actually normal. However, we need to step back a second as the previous Congress.
What about the damage to, no, never mind. You know what? I get it. I get the ambiguity a little bit, especially when it comes to soldiers being death and especially soldiers being wounded. I get that. But the destruction to the bases and all that good stuff, the American people are going to have to pay for those repairs. So at least be upfront about that.
And said that what are the objectives? What is it we're doing here? The president would like nothing more than to return to a pre-war condition and declare success and get out of here. The problem is we don't have that clarity, and it's very disturbing whenever the president in his own tweets says words like, hey, we're going to kill more of you if you kill any of ours. That is reminiscent of September 16th, 1941, where the Nazis said, we will kill 100 for every one German soldier killed. We don't fight for vengeance. We fight for honor and for the national security objectives. We don't even know what they are anymore. And that's very, very sad, very dangerous. And we are in a quagmire, as you said earlier.
Jeff, I want to bring you in because sources are telling CNN that mediators are pushing hard for a 10-day ceasefire. And frankly, we've heard the ceasefire discussions many times before and wondered whether they were going to last. Is it in effect? Is it totally gone? The U.S. already.
So yeah, pretty much Gulf country mediators are trying to push us and Iran to get to a 10-day ceasefire. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen, to be quite honest with you, because I'll be real with you, both sides are pretty much not letting up firing. Pretty much showing both sides are still willing to keep it going. But like I said, this is on the backs of the Gulf countries, so they're pretty much urging us to cut the shit.
Downplaying.
Will we? Most likely not. Like I said, it kind of looks like we're going until somebody screams uncle.
Though any real chance that it actually is going to have the president agree to this idea. What has changed from the last discussion point about ceasefires till now?
Well, what has changed is that both sides are attacking each other, and that's changed everything. That's, of course, why the ceasefire was thrown out and why the memorandum of understanding was thrown out. And the president is not suggesting, at least in his public comments, that he's ready to move back to that. He has said a couple times that Iran wants a deal, but that's kind of it's almost a verbal tick for the president. He constantly says that, even when there's no real evidence, or at least no detail about that coming from the other side. So right now it's conflict, but even Iran has acknowledged that there was some outreach from potential mediators. We assume that's Pakistan and Qatar. Took me a second there. Sorry.
Okay.
But they have an interest in seeing this end too. The region is really being affected by this right now. The whole world is being affected by this, and the president will be too, and will face additional political consequences this fall if this war continues.
General, Iran was able to successfully hit a U.S. airbase, not just once, but twice within a 2-day span. Do you think that Iran's firepower is more intact than the Pentagon's willing to admit here?
Yeah, our own CIA came out and pretty much said that they have 70% of their pre-war stockpile. I mean, guys, no, you can literally go look this up. CIA on Iran missiles. And it will go ahead and tell you, you know what, I can just go ahead and show you guys myself. All right, right here. CIA intelligence reveal Iran retains roughly 70% of its pre-war ballistic missile stockpile and 75% of its mobile launchers. The classified assessment indicates that despite extensive U.S. and Israeli bombardment, Tehran has repaired damaged weapons, reopened underground storage facilities, and continued to manufacture new missiles. Yeah, I know, right? The intelligence directly conflicts with public claims by the administration, which previously suggests that Iran's missile capabilities have been almost completely decimated. But yes, coming from our own, the classified assessment from our own CIA guys. This is coming from our own people. So do you understand the problem here? When our own people is pretty much telling us that, no, I don't know why the president's lying, but Iran got way more than that. Like, they have a whole bunch of underground storage where they're just making these missiles. And then, of course, they still got 70% of the missiles that they had before the war. Not including the missiles that they were making during the ceasefire, by the way.
Absolutely, yes. The president continues his propaganda that he has destroyed the Iranian military. That is far from the truth. They are able to hit, in all of the media, we see one crater, one target destroyed per missile.
And guys, I just want to let you guys know this. You got to guys understand this. First off, I'm America first. Always, 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 always will be. The problem is that this war is not America first. And a lot of people are wondering, well, why isn't this war going our way? Well, because we've highly underestimated Iran, and a lot of people don't even know the military capability of Iran. And I think if we was to actually know that, we wouldn't be in this predicament. We'd probably be in a lot better predicament or not in it at all. That's the problem. It's not about whose side I'm on. It's one, about giving you guys honest reporting. And two, it's also about bringing in the lesson of why we don't need to get into wars in the Middle East, because I'm gonna be real with you. We always underestimate the enemy, and it always comes back to bite us in the ass.
They are not bombarding the middle of nowhere. They have extremely good targeting data. They are able to hit their targets in the U.S., while, of course, we can defend many of the drones and missiles It is virtually impossible to secure every area, and our soldiers and military members are paying the price.
No, literally, it's like, do you guys understand like how much we got to defend? We got to defend our military assets in the sea and on land. We got to defend our Gulf allies. We got to defend Israel. It's like, yeah, Iran, if Iran keeps doing all this, we can't defend everything, guys. You guys got to understand that. And we can't keep putting our munitions towards every single task of defense. This is where they're kind of straining us at.
We're not learning these lessons like the Ukrainians.
Unless we're just going to start giving up on the Gulf allies and just saying, hey, man, look, you might just have to defend for yourselves. Or, I mean, we're never going to give up. I mean, shoot, Lord knows we ain't giving up on Israel. But maybe the Gulf allies.
Have so well.
Congressman, tomorrow, Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane, they're going to head to the Capitol. They're going to ask for at least $80 billion for this war. Several Republicans are not convinced yet. Do you expect pushback, though?
Oh, yeah, there's going to be, look, there'll be huge pushback. And again, the administration needs to make the case. The American people are willing to go to war. We've seen this through our history. If a case is made for why, and even if they can't go back in time and make,
yeah, if you make a damn good case of what was an imminent threat, yeah. If you told us, if you could show us that Iran literally got a nuke, prove to us that they got a nuke and they want to fire it at us, and it's coming any day, any week now, and you have proof, we got video images, there's no denying it. Then hell yeah, bro, we'd all be supported on fucking up Iran. We'd all be willing to go out there and take out Iran. Trust me, we would. But we don't got that. We don't got no proof that they got a nuclear weapon, no proof that they have a nuclear program, no proof that they're even going past that 60% that they have. But you're trying to tell us there's this nuclear threat that we just need to throw ourselves into a war about. It's like, do you see where you're losing us here?
the case for the initial strikes. Now to discuss, look, hey guys, honestly, we have two options. We either leave the Strait of Hormuz to Iran, that's untenable, or we have to escalate. There's no good option here. But that is the case that has to be made. And I have heard too many, though, Laura, too many Republicans and even occasionally a Democrat out there saying, boy, this has been so successful. We've destroyed their Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force. Okay, they had F-14 Tomcats. Made me sad to blow those up, by the way. But that, the Air Force was...
I'm weak. Why? Because those were old jets from like the 60s, 70s. Yeah, when Trump brags about taking out their Air Force, I just want to let you guys know that the Iranians were never going to put those jets in the air. They were literally just there for show, guys. Yeah, their jets were there for show. So the Air Force that we so-called took out was not really it at all. Like, we're taking out jets from the 60s and 70s that they wouldn't dare. Like, bro, come on now. You got to be pretty damn stupid to put a jet from the 70s against a current era jet, a modern day jet. Yeah, come on now. They're not doing that. They just left it out there as show. And it got bombed. Remember, they left it there from the Shah era. So trust me, that's not really doing anything to their Air Force. No, like, we actually got to take out their missile capability. That's what their I'm gonna be real with you, their air defense like relies on, is those damn missiles and drones, not a bunch of old jets that are just hanging around. But they look nice though.
No threat to us. The Navy clearly doesn't need to be the threat because drones and ballistic missiles are. We've been told over and over that their ballistic missiles threat was degraded by 89, 90%. Then we read in great publications like Jeff's that, in fact, that's not the case. They've only degraded about 20%.
I just read it to you, actually, didn't I? That the CIA intelligence, our own intelligence, by the way, Iran retains roughly 70% of its pre-war ballistic missile stockpile and 75% of its mobile launchers. So really about 30%. About 30% so far we've taken out of their missile capability, or if they just used up. Like, you understand? Like I said, guys, you kind of been lied to by the administration about Iran's military capability. I mean, bro, people didn't even know Iran had hypersonic missiles until they hit Jordan. Yeah, that's a little too late for us to be finding out about this stuff.
The American people the truth. They're willing to make sacrifices if you tell them the truth, but this continued lying is going to catch up, is catching up, and that's why nobody believes anything that these people say.
Thank you, bro. And I've been saying this for a minute now. Like, you can go back on all my videos. I've been saying this for a minute, that they're lying to you about decimating Iran's missile capability. They've been doing it for a while now, and like they just don't want to touch on it. And here's the thing: it's right in front of your face. Bro, Trump said it's been decimated to about 20%. Okay, but they're still recklessly firing missiles into our Gulf allies, into the Strait of Hormuz, and at our bases. And they're firing multiple missiles at a time. It's not just one missile at a time here. Multiple missiles, like 10, 20 at a time. Like, bro, they got missiles to spare, apparently. So you can't sit there and say that, oh, no, they're running low on missiles while they're endlessly firing at our bases. Like, come on now. But all right, though, let's get into a little bit more concerning news. Because apparently there's word going around that Iran might try to invade Kuwait. Like, these might just go in and take Kuwait. They're like, you know what, Kuwait, you've been fooling around too long. You become pretty much a state of the United States. We're just going to go ahead and take y'all sovereignty. Like, go ahead and give me that. Hopefully not, though.
The United States has bombed Iran for the 9th consecutive day. We have.
Hold on, I'm weak. I did peep in the chat. Somebody said Iran never won shit. Actually, they did beat Saddam in the Iran-Iraq war. Did you forget that? Yeah, so they did win that one. I mean, actually, like modern day Iran, nobody's been able to successfully conquer Iran. Let's just keep it real, especially the region that it got, the way it is military set up with the current regime. Yeah, I'm be real with you. It's gonna be tough to get that. If you want a regime change in Iran, I mean, that's gonna be a pretty tough order right there. It's not something that we can just get by bombing them, sadly. I mean, we tried. We bombed the one radical Ayatollah, and now we got another one, a more radical one. Why? Because, I mean, he got, like I said, he got I would say, all the vengeance in the world, bro. He has all the energy of vengeance in the world. Why? Because his father, mother, daughter, and wife was all taken out in one strike. So how do you think he's feeling towards us? You think we got a better regime now that we got this guy's, son in power after we just killed his, father, mother, wife, and daughter all in one strike?
9 nights, 9 rounds of airstrikes, and 1 question.
Like, we low-key put a super villain in, like, bro, we low-key put a super villain with a savage ass backstory in like, bro, low-key running around right now. We low-key put that guy in power because we killed his father. We put a guy who the Iranians were more afraid of to come in power. Like, do you understand how much we fucked up with this right here? Like, I know it's crazy to say this, but it'd better if we kept the old guy. The old guy with one arm who can barely talk. Yeah, it was better if we kept him. Now we got his radical, vengeful son. I don't know if that's a good trade-off.
Question: what exactly is the end game? The latest American strikes targeted Iranian military command centers, air defense and coastal surveillance sites, maritime capabilities, and missile and drone launch sites to further diminish Iran's ability to attack commercial vessels as well as civilian mariners transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Now, according to Tehran, America's latest strikes also crossed a red line. One of the strikes hit the under-construction Darkovin nuclear power plant. It is located in the Khuzestan province of southwestern Iran. Iran called it an attack on civilian infrastructure, a violation of international law. The International Atomic Energy Agency says there was no nuclear material at the site. The U.S. strikes also hit several locations in Iran's southern port city of Bushehr, home to the country's only civilian nuclear plant. Tehran's response came quickly. And as we have been seeing since the war started, the Gulf states came under fire. Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan, all were hit with drones and missiles. The U.S. Embassy in Bahrain's capital warned Americans to stay alert. At the same time, American casualties are mounting. A third U.S. service member has died in Iraq. The Trump administration also identified 2 soldiers who were killed in Jordan while defending against Iranian missiles.
We control the strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, man, that's terrible to say. Like, we control the strait, but Iran is literally blowing oil tankers up in the strait. Like, IRGC reports massive fires on 2 oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Crazy.
We hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3. It's probably 3 as opposed to 2 great patriots.
Now, as the conflict turns deadly again for the U.S. military, with as many as 17 dead so far,
Now, of course, guys, we got to do this. But all right, let's have a moment of silence for our fallen soldiers. All right, thanks for participating.
Where Trump will take the fight now is not clear. Reports are circulating about a possible ground invasion of Iran. But a senior Iranian official has now claimed that Tehran has been preparing and, in fact, even welcoming a U.S. ground invasion. The official also boasted that Tehran had just launched a new missile while decentralizing and burying its arsenal deep underground to withstand sustained American air campaigns. And apparently, Tehran has a game plan. If this happens, what is it? A possible ground invasion of Kuwait. A prominent Iranian academic recently identified Kuwait as one of Tehran's principal options for a ground incursion. The plan also reportedly includes physical safety.
All right, I ain't gonna lie, that would be crazy. That would be insane if Iran did that. One, it'd be the first time Iran has actually invaded another country. Like, so that would be a first. And two is like, so wait, hold on. You literally trying to say you're trying to take Kuwait from the United States? Boy, that's gonna be a dog fight. I mean, I don't know. Y'all might want to keep it inside your borders. I don't think y'all want to step outside y'all borders on that one. Like, I might want to keep it inside there. That's what that's y'all best element. You guys step outside on Kuwait, you're damn near stepping on our territory. I don't think y'all want that. Y'all best stay inside Iran.
Of two American military installations on Kuwaiti soil and even taking American troops hostage. He specifically identified Cambeering.
Huh? Oh.
And?
Oh, okay. So this is a real plan. They're thinking about taking on Kuwait, pretty much trying to push out America and take American captives. I mean, it's possible. It could happen. But I mean, bro, you think we're just going to let you do that? Like, dog, we're going to bomb that insurgency all the way to hell, but while y'all trying to still get in. And we're going to see it coming. So I don't know if that's a real idea. It's like, come on now. If they do that, I think Iran would be pretty foolish. Like, we're going to damn near catch the whole insurgency going in.
Arif Jan or Ali Al Salem Air Base as potential targets. If such a plan were ever carried out, it would transform Kuwait from a U.S. partner hosting military forces into the front line of a much wider regional conflict.
Bro, if they put boots on the ground before we do, that would be insane. And in Kuwait, to try to take Kuwait and take American soldiers, yeah, I don't know if they want to do that. Nah, that's not a good option for them. Like, to take us up directly, like, I mean, bro, we got the best soldiers in the world, like, most trained. Like, bro, when they shoot, they don't miss. Like, I don't think y'all want to do that. But I mean, hey, I mean, that's a fuck around and find out moment. People actually think I'm a pro Iran. Oh, you want Iran to win, set? No, I just understand the enemy. It's like, dog, it's almost like damn near playing chess with somebody or something. You got to respect the enemy at some point, or you're going to underestimate them. You're going to get caught in a bad position. You're going to make a bad move and they're going to catch you slipping. Like Iran caught us slipping with being able to control the strait and striking our assets in the region.
Of course, dramatically raising the stakes across the Persian Gulf. The proposal also invokes memories of the 1979 U.S. Embassy hostage crisis in Tehran. It began when radical Iranian students held 52 Americans captive for 444 days to demand the return of the exiled Shah for trial. Analysts suggest that the seizure of American personnel could be viewed as a means of exerting political pressure rather than simply achieving a military objective. And the rhetoric coming out of Iran has grown even more confrontational. As military action escalates, Tehran has also turned into symbolic warfare, displaying Donald Trump in a coffin.
Yo.
One of the most striking developments has been the silence of the mediators, Pakistan and Qatar, both of which helped broker the June talks between both sides in Switzerland. They've largely disappeared from public view. According to Iranian media, the last known visit by a Qatari delegation to Tehran was on the 10th of July. Yet, the diplomatic channels may not be completely closed.
Proposals have been put forward by mediators, they have been conveyed to us, and we have received them. But for now, allow me not to go into the details. What I can confirm is that, in recent days, the diplomatic apparatus has remained active and that ideas have indeed been conveyed to us by several mediators.
As more American troops are killed and the war spirals back towards full-scale conflict, one question refuses to go away. What exactly is Donald Trump's endgame? 21 weeks into this war, the answer remains as elusive as ever. From the very beginning, the administration has had a hard time trying to explain what victory will actually look like. Now Washington appears to be replaying the same strategy.
That would be insane. Like, it will go against their whole asymmetric warfare strategy if they was low-key to commit boots on the ground in Kuwait. Like, that's not asymmetric warfare. That's like, now you're really getting bold and trying to take us up top. Which is, bro, they're going to get stomped out every time. Like, you got to understand, Iran is low-key giving us a strategic L because they're playing the asymmetric warfare game. If they take us up top, it's not going to go well for them.
Only with higher stakes and a higher price tag. The immediate trigger is clear. Iran's grip over the Strait of Hormuz has become an economic and political nightmare for the White House. Rising shipping costs, nervous energy markets, and the threat of another oil shock. These are exactly the kind of headlines President Trump does not want. Oil prices are nearing $90 a barrel. But what remains unclear is why repeating the same military approach is expected to somehow produce a different outcome. Trump once again argued that he agreed to a ceasefire because he had no interest in becoming the next Herbert Hoover, the president forever associated with the economic collapse of 1929, the Great Depression. Yet with oil markets on edge, shipping lanes under pressure, and military operations expanding once again, the White House risks discovering that history actually has a
Well, yeah, let me go ahead and give you guys the oil futures right now. Brent crude is at $94. Yeah, $94. And WTI is edging towards $90, but right now it's at 87. Going up, though, going upwards. So, yeah, it's not going in the direction that we want.
habit of ignoring campaign slogans. You can't tariff your way out of a history book. And the global economy certainly does not run on Truth Social posts. So here's Trump's dilemma. If he stops bombing, Iran claims victory. If he keeps bombing, the war expands. If he launches a ground invasion.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. She got it right. Like, yeah, it's like bad option on all sides. It's like, all right, you keep escalating, the war continues. You stop escalating, you come to the table, Iran claims victory. It's like, bro, there really is no good options for this man right now.
He walks straight into the scenario Tehran says it has spent decades preparing for. If he doesn't, Iran retains its ability to threaten the strait. For Trump, there are no good options, only bad and less bad options. And perhaps that's the real reason behind Trump's latest strategy. Escalate now, figure out the exit later. Mr. President, after warning America about forever wars, now faces the ultimate political irony, trying to escape the very trap he promised to avoid.
From breaking news to the day's biggest controversy.
All right, now let's get over to the next segment here.
The IRGC says 2 vessels have caught fire after explosions in the Strait of Hormuz. In a statement, the Revolutionary Guard say 2 offending oil tankers, which were trying to pass through the dangerous southern route of the Strait of Hormuz after being deceived by the child-killing American army, caught fire and was stopped due to an explosion. Rescue units are currently removing the crews of these vessels from the area. Russell, can you just talk us through more of the details of these latest strikes from the US on Iran and the claim that we heard there from the IRGC of these 2 ships on fire in the Strait of Hormuz?
Indeed. So the 10th day that now the United States has been attacking the targets in Iran. And in the last 2 days, particularly when we see the pattern of these attacks, we're seeing that the focus is on the port cities of Iran. And so Bandar Abbas was hit. It's a port. It's the largest port that the country has. Kashmir Island so is the largest Iranian island, indeed the largest island in the entire Gulf. And again, that is on the list. And then Port of Sirik is hit once again. It is a port city. And then Bandar Lange in Hormuzgan, that is also a port. And then Bushehr so has a port, and that was also hit. Chabahar, all the way down to the Indian Ocean, very much close to the Pakistani border. The deep sea, Iran's only deep sea port, that was also hit. And Konarak port in Sistan, Balochistan, one again was hit. Here we have two new targets. So for the first time since the renewed conflicts, we see in that Fars province in Shiraz, one of the largest cities of Iran, has been attacked, and also in Elam province, so Abdanan. The officials are saying that the mountainous areas in Abdanan were targeted. So what we are seeing here, on one hand, indeed, the United States is attacking on the IRGC's post, but also systemically degrading Iranian economic, commercial sites as well. And then, as a response, the IRGC is saying that they have hit two ships that were going through
they knocked that bridge out. And as you see, civilians mainly trying to go across the bridge. This is why people were kind of freaking out and, going like, yo, whoa, we're striking bridges now? Yeah, because it is kind of tricky when it comes to bridges, because when you strike bridges that mainly citizens use, that's a war crime, guys. You're mainly affecting the citizens more than the army. But, I mean, it is what it is.
Authorized road. So when IRGC says an authorized road, so what we should understand is that IRGC saying that we have designated some of the lanes, and any ship that is attempting to pass through that the Strait of Hormuz needs to go through that designated lines and with a full coordination with IRGC. So it seems that these ships were not in coordination with IRGC, and they were following the Omani territorial waters. That's why they have been attacked by IRGC.
Okay, at the same time all of this is happening, can you just give us an idea of where diplomatic efforts are right now? Because the Iranian foreign minister is in Pakistan, one of the key mediators here.
And pretty much this is what's going on, guys. So pretty much these ships are getting struck for pretty much taking this route right here, which is along this is the Omanian side of the strait, okay? And of course up here is the Iranian side. Iran wants these guys to take their side, pay the tax, and get on through the strait. Now, what America and what we were trying to do was pretty much open up the Omanian side and pretty much have these ships go through while avoiding Iran's attacks. Iran didn't like that, so now they started attacking ships in this region, and now ships are even running into these mines as well, because Iran pretty much mined the Strait of Hormuz. I know they're still there, guys. They are still there. But all right, let's go ahead and get into the next video here. U.S. carries out 11th consecutive night of air.
Military says it's complete. The United States military says it's completed an 11th consecutive night of airstrikes against Iran. U.S. Central Command says it targeted Iran's maritime capabilities, drone facilities, and aircraft hangars. Air defenses were activated across Tehran for only the second time in the latest round of escalation. Explosions were heard in the northwest, including in the city of Tabriz, which was targeted for a second day. Several cities on Iran's southern coast were also hit in the latest round of U.S. attacks. Let's go live to Rasul Sardar. He joins us from the Iranian capital. So as I mentioned there, Rasul, air defenses activated in Tehran, but did the capital actually come under attack?
Well, according to the officials, Tehran was not attacked by Americans last night. Indeed, we also haven't heard any sounds of the explosions here in the capital. However, in the eastern part of the city, so the air defenses were activated. We have heard some of the sounds, but they were for the activation of the air defense systems. So this is the second time that we're seeing the air defenses are being activated over Tehran. But so far, no explosions, no impact, no attacks on the capital of the country. However, having said that, so last night was one of the largest wave of attacks carried out by the United States. Indeed, it was quite widespread from the northwestern of the country up and down to the south of the country. Tabriz, one of the largest cities in Iran, also it's an industrial hub for the Iranian economy. For the third time, it was attacked. And then we have seen again and again, systemically, the Americans going after the ports across the coastline of Iran. But for the first time, we have seen also in Kangawar, the Kermanshah province, for the first time was hit, and then outskirts of Baneh in the Kurdistan province. So that also, for the first time, we have seen that was also attacked by the United States. So the civilian infrastructure, military targets, and the commercial hubs are the focus of the American attacks.
And Rasul, Iranian officials are now vowing to take the conflict to the next level if the US goes on attacking Iran. What are they referring to?
Well, indeed. So we are hearing such statements repeatedly, both from the political figures and the military officials here. So, and nowadays, particularly, this kind of statements have been intensified. Perhaps one of the reasons is that the United States, again and again, they're talking about an attack on the Pickaxe Mountain. That the American officials are claiming that that Iran has moved most of its centrifuges to that mountain. And now Iranians are saying that particularly if the United States attacks on our nuclear sites or facilities, then the answer is going to be quite harsh, and they're going to take their attacks to the next level. So here, Iranians are talking about proportionality and the response to be in kind. So infrastructure for infrastructure. This is the policy that is adopted.
So pretty much you attack our energy infrastructure, we'll attack the energy infrastructure of your allies. So AKA we'll attack energy infrastructure in, well, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter. We're going infrastructure for infrastructure. It's pretty much what they're saying. And they've kind of proven that what they did with Kuwait. Like they destroyed a wall of their salination plant. Why? Because we destroyed a wall of their salination plant. Like that's literally what they're doing. They're kind of going tit for tat. Or I would say an eye for an eye. Damn, they're getting down to Babylonian laws.
By Tehran. So if the military posts of Iran are targeted, Iran saying that they are also going to target the American military assets across the region. And then if the commercial sites are targeted, Iranians are targeting the commercial sites in the region. So the civilian infrastructure and also some of the companies as well now. So only that doesn't have, that is not contained with the military sites. So some of the companies, also Iranians, are frequently talking about it, that they are targeting. But one of the things here is Bab al-Mandab. So Iranians have never confirmed that they have asked Houthis, Ansarullah Houthis, to close Bab al-Mandab. However, off the record, when we talked to some of the officials, they said that that could be one of the last options if we see that the survival of the state is at stake. Then the coordination between Tehran and Houthis could go bigger, and Bab al-Mandab also could be closed. So what we are seeing here is that Iranians are promising to extend.
Yeah, so far the Bab al-Mandab Strait has a blockade on Saudi Arabia. So it's not closed to all the other ships that need that strait. It's mainly closed to Saudi Arabia, and that's who the Houthis are saying they're going to keep out. Now, it could get extended to all ships, but right now that hasn't happened.
The scope of the attacks across the region.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
And like I said, they commit to like an all-out, blockade. Yeah, that might not go well for them, but I mean, we'll see.
The United States has the world's most powerful conventional bunker buster bombs, weapons designed to smash through concrete and rock before exploding deep underground. But what if even they aren't enough? Well, that's the challenge posed by Iran's newest underground military sites. Well, let's start with the weapon itself. The GBU-57 is also known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. It weighs 13,600 kilograms, roughly the same as two fully loaded London double-decker buses. Unlike a conventional bomb that explodes on impact, its casing is high-performance hardened steel. It punches through the ground like a nail through wood, burrowing up to 60 meters underground.
Well, in June last year, America used it in combat for the first time. The operation was called Midnight Hammer. 7 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers flew from the continental United States using a decoy package flying west over the Pacific to confuse Iranian defenses. And while the real strike package flew east towards Iran, 14 GBU-57 bombs were dropped on 2 targets. The strikes involved more than 125 U.S. aircraft in total. General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, confirmed the details at a Pentagon briefing.
At about 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. The remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise.
Whether the bombs penetrated to operational depth, though, remains unconfirmed because Iran's strategy is simple. If military assets can't be protected in the open, then hide them inside mountains. At the heart of this strategy is Pickaxe Mountain, officially known as Kui Kolang Gazla, located near Iran's Natanz nuclear complex. And this is the site that US President Donald Trump specifically mentioned.
We're going to take out Pickaxe Mountain. Tell the Iranians to be ready. We're watching Pickaxe Mountain closely. We see no activity there. They're not doing well with their nuclear situation. Every time we hear about it, we blow it up. So they don't like talking about it. But we'll probably give Pickaxe a shot relatively soon.
And after a series of cyber attacks, explosions, and suspected sabotage operations targeting its nuclear program, Iran began moving some of its most sensitive facilities deeper underground. Satellite images show extensive tunneling operations carved directly into the mountain. Now, analysts believe the underground chambers may be buried more than 100 meters beneath solid rock. Military experts believe the site's depth, combined with the surrounding granite, could...
the surrounding granite and concrete, like they reinforce it to make sure that they can't get blown up from under. But we'll see, though. We'll see, because let's be real. We bomb Mount Fordo, and for some reason, we're still talking about, oh, we need to go back and finish the job. We need to get that nuclear dust that we said that we obliterated. I mean, so what? Did Mount Fordo actually get obliterated, or did we just close an exit? I mean, or did we just close an entrance?
Place parts of the facility beyond the effective reach of conventional bunker-busting bombs. That does not mean the United States won't be able to damage the site, though. Airstrikes can destroy tunnel entrances, support buildings, and surface infrastructure. But destroying the deepest underground chambers is a far more difficult problem, and Pickaxe Mountain is only part of the story. Iran has also spent years building what it calls missile cities, vast underground tunnel networks used to store ballistic missiles, launchers, fuel, and military equipment. Some tunnels are reportedly large enough for trucks carrying missiles to move through them. The idea is to keep missiles hidden underground until they're needed. A launcher can emerge from a tunnel, fire a missile, and return underground. That makes it much harder for an enemy to destroy the entire force in one attempt.
I mean, yeah, and that's the problem. It's like, one, can we reach these underground bases? And if we can't, then we got to put boots on the ground if we want to take care of their missile capability. Because why? They got these damn underground tunnels that they've dug so far deep that, I mean, hundreds of feet deep. And here's the crazy part. They've also reinforced it with granite and concrete. So, I mean, hey, let's see if that's enough.
For countries that rely heavily on air power, this creates a major problem. Destroying missiles in the open is relatively straightforward, but destroying missiles dispersed across kilometers of underground tunnels is something else entirely. Iran says its underground nuclear facilities were planned from the outset with the expectation of military conflict.
Almost all underground and under-mountain missile infrastructure remains intact and has no serious problems. The shadow of war was present from the very beginning of our activities, and based on the threat scenarios, it was decided that sensitive nuclear sites should be designed in secure underground locations beneath mountains.
Despite repeated Israeli and American strikes on Iranian-linked military targets across.
Hey, Steph, how you doing? And shout out to Steph. She says, hey, Seth, how are you, bud? I can't stay, but when the next live, and I followed you on TikTok. And anyone have any questions or arguments or jokes, just super chat in and shout out to Steph. Appreciate the support, sis. And razor blade in and shout out, Steph. And I'm doing all right, sis. Appreciate you for asking. Now, oh yeah, we're actually about to get into independent media in a second here, but I just had to go over this video here on Iran's underground cities, underground missile cities, and why, you know, we're over here scratching our heads if we can even actually bomb them or actually hit them with our bunker busters. So, you know, pretty sure everybody's just scratching their head right now, going like, damn, can we reach those? And then also there's probably, you know, your hardcore Americans. Fuck you talking about, of course we can reach them. You're simple-minded, forever doubting it. It's like, I mean, come on now. Come on. Like, you can speculate. But all right, let's go ahead and get into the next video here.
To say that President Trump is certainly hearing from the Houthis now because
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front in the war?
We'll see what happens. So far, it hasn't happened, might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while.
Well, I think it's safe to say that President Trump is certainly hearing from the Houthis now because the Iranian-backed Houthis have decided to escalate in this war against Iran. They have announced a blockade of Saudi oil shipments through the Red Sea's Bab al-Mandeb Strait. And by doing so, they are going to cause a lot of pain and suffering to the global economy by closing off one of the Gulf's few viable alternatives to the Strait of Hormuz for exporting oil. And this is very much part of Iran's strategy. And this was predictable, which is why it's so devastatingly stupid that Trump decided to dissolve the MOU and reignite this war against Iran. Now, the impact of the global economy on the global economy is no joke. This blockade would reduce global oil supply by 7% at a time when the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has already halted 10% of global oil shipments. Saudi Arabia partly skirted shipping disruptions by piping oil to Yanbu through the Red Sea instead. That was like their go around the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. But a full closure of that alternative clearly is going to reduce global oil supply even more than it's already been.
And if you don't know what she's talking about, let's just go to this map right here. Pretty much they built a they built a nice little pipeline coming from their port here all the way over to the other side of Saudi Arabia so they can go ahead and get into the Red Sea. So pretty much the pipeline that runs straight across Saudi Arabia all the way over here to the Red Sea so they can access it instead of having to go through the Strait of Hormuz. They can just go ahead and go through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. But here's the thing, if the Houthis are talking about, oh no, we're about to cut you guys off from it. Well, I mean, now they can't go through the Strait of Hormuz or this strait, and now they're kind of cooked. And I mean, God forbid that the Houthis just say, F it. No, everybody get the F out the strait. Oh yeah, now we're really cooked. So now the countries over here, like we got Egypt, of course you got Sudan, and you got other countries as well that won't be able to get their oil out, and it's just going to be cooked for them. I'm not really sure if the guys over here in Djibouti really do anything, but I mean, it is what it is. But right now, it does seem like traffic is somewhat going through, though very little. But I mean, it is what it is. Let's go ahead and get right back to the video. Here it is.
Reduced. And keep in mind that oil prices have already ticked up since Trump decided to reignite the war against Iran. The average price of gas in the United States hit $4 a gallon on Monday, the second time it has reached that mark since the war disrupted global oil supplies, according to AAA data. The price of oil also briefly rose above $90 a barrel on Monday for the first time since June. So, this is meant to economically pressure the United States to end the war. And I'm curious, Glenn, if you think that it will be an effective way in ending the war.
I mean, I think that Iran has demonstrated an enormous amount of leverage that maybe they even didn't know that they had against the United States and have now discovered, which is one of the reasons why they've been so resolute in demanding terms they regard as favorable. I think one of the things that has gotten overlooked on it is something that Trump said during the days after they signed that memorandum of understanding, where he was being, very vigorously attacked by not just Israelis, but a lot of the hawkish elements of the conservative party for having entered into an MOU with the Iranians that most people considered excessively favorable to Iran, essentially lifting the sanctions, allowing them to trade their oil, getting billions of dollars, all the things that Trump accused Obama of allowing. With the Iran deal, they basically allowed with that MOU. And one of the things that Trump said, kind of a moment of unintentional candor, was when he was defending himself from the accusation.
Yeah, if you don't think Iran was making money during that MOU, man, you crazy. They took all the opportunity in the world to sell their oil at market value, unsanctioned, until we put the sanctions back on. So yeah, Iran made a good amount of money beef during the ceasefire, sadly.
That he had
I mean, but what do you think was going to happen, bro? We gave them $12 billion just to showing up, just to talk. And then we released the sanctions off their oil and petrochemicals and other key industries. Like, what do you think happened during that time?
Related to Iran, he explained, and this is something I've been hearing for weeks now, or had been hearing for weeks in the lead up to the MOU, and I do believe it's very important and central to the considerations here, which is that one of the reasons why, despite this protracted blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, that gas prices, that oil prices didn't go to say $150 or $200 a barrel or $300 a barrel. We didn't pay $8 a gallon at the tanks or $10 or $12. They rose, but not catastrophically, is because countries all over the world, including the United States, have strategic reserves of petroleum, which are designed specifically to prevent, global economic collapse in the event that there's some disruption to the global oil supply. It was created after the OPEC crisis of 1973, when people had lines of gas going, 6-7 hours. And Trump said, and it's absolutely true, that because of the Strait of Hormuz disruptions, it was basically closed for more than 2 months. The world and the United States were getting dangerously low on the strategic petroleum reserves. And once that happens, there's no more oil. I mean, the Iranians have proven they can keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. Now you have the Houthis threatening to do it with the Red Sea. And that is major disruption. The world needs oil. The world relies on oil. Human beings need it for survival. And Trump was saying that if you allowed the strategic reserves to get too low, you would have global war. You would have global economic collapse and instability. And we didn't have nearly enough time to fill up those strategic reserves. Maybe we filled them up a tiny bit, but those have already been depleted. And so the leverage that the Iranians have is just as great now, if not greater, than it was that when Trump agreed to that MOU in the first place. So no one understands what the exit strategy here is.
You're absolutely right about that. In fact, some of the more hawkish commentators in the media.
The exit strategy can't be, just bombing them more, because that's just continuing the war. And like that one foreign news host said, she was like, if he walks away, he gets called a loser and Iran claims victory. But if he keeps on going, he's continuing the war that nobody wants. It's like, God damn. Talk about caught between a rock and a hard place. Tough. That is tough, man. But can I say he walked himself into this, guys? He definitely did walk himself into this.
Are kind of furious about the fact that there doesn't really seem to be a strategy here, and the Trump administration hasn't clearly laid out what their goals are. Like, why are we in this war to begin with? Josh Hammer, of all people, I think the editor over at Newsweek was on Piers Morgan complaining about it, and he is one of the biggest cheerleaders for war against Iran. Now, of course, as any good neocon, he calls for a Machiavellian approach of declare what your goal is, go in quick, rip the Band-Aid off, basically cause as much pain and suffering and destruction as possible in Iran. And I don't know, he's under the impression that that will accomplish something that the Israelis want, something that the United States wants. But every military expert who isn't bought off by Israel or the military industrial complex says that there really isn't a military option here for the United States to end the war. It needs to be done diplomatically, but Trump doesn't seem to have the capability of doing that. And to your point about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, you're absolutely right that us tapping into it has helped.
Let's be real. I know people have that whole, we don't negotiate with terrorists stance, but we actually do got to negotiate with these terrorists, sadly. And due to the fact that we feigned diplomacy, engaged in duplicitous, negotiation tactic, like striking them while negotiating, there's going to be very low trust and an unwilling to negotiate unless, we give up something first. I mean, that's kind of what we backed ourselves into through constantly breaking deals with Iran and, of course, not overthrowing the regime. I mean, if we're going to break deals with this regime, we might as well overthrow it so we can talk to somebody new, not break it, try to overthrow the regime, fail, and now we got to come to these guys talking about, you think we get that old deal back? What would you think they're going to tell us? Bro, they're going to tell us to go F off.
To keep oil prices relatively low. I mean, it would have been far more disastrous than what we're already experiencing at the pump. However, people forget that China also stopped importing oil and has just re-entered the market. They were tapping into their strategic petroleum reserves, and that was also helping to mitigate the demand for the limited supply of energy, oil, in the global market.
Do you know your brain rot index? No, of course you don't. I didn't either because I didn't know what it was, but turns out you might want.
Shout out brain rot index. I'm weak. But all right, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Hey, TYT.
Trump is fully aware, because all of the military movements that we're seeing in the Middle East right now appears to show that the United States intends to expand the war, escalate the war. But maybe my interpretation or my read of it is incorrect. I'm curious what you think.
The problem with Trump is that he has so many different instincts and so many different factions that are constantly successfully manipulating him that it's almost impossible to know from one day to the next which of his many conflicting statements you're supposed to believe. And I don't even think he knows, frankly, until the decision is made. We've seen this how many times have we seen him saying, I'm done with negotiations. We're going to obliterate their civilization. We're going to, unleash hell on them. And then 2 days later, there's some kind of a deal announced where he announces unilaterally that there's a pause in the threats or deadlines that he gave. Because Trump, for whatever else you want to say about him, he does have a kind of, like a lot of narcissists do, a very kind of sharp, almost instinctive understanding of self-preservation. He knows that a protracted war with Iran is extremely dangerous to his political interests, to his legacy, to everything that he wants to do. We're very close to the November election. It's already an uphill battle for him. If this war is dragging on or gets worse, or there's more people being killed from American service members, he's almost guaranteeing not just a Democratic takeover of the House, but also the Senate, which means impeachment, investigations of all the little corrupt things or big corrupt things that he and his family and Steve Witkoff and their kids and Howard Lutnick and the rest have been doing. And I think he understands that on the one hand. On the other hand, although I'm not somebody who cares about what we typically call U.S. credibility, like showing we mean business in the world and people better do what we say or there's going to be a consequence, the people in Washington care. Trump cares. Trump cares about not looking like he had his ass kicked. Mm-hmm. And obviously, if they stop now, what do they have to show for it? Nothing. That was the reason why people got so upset at this MOU, because we were agreeing to give Iran most of what they wanted, and we got nothing. We, the United States, got nothing of value in return. That formula hasn't really changed. So the scary part is, what happens if Trump gets desperate? What if he just if he really gets convinced, oh, well, you know what? I can just unleash our military and get rid of the restraint that we've been showing and scare the crap out of Iran, and then they'll surrender. The problem is that Iran has also been showing a great deal of restraint. They can destroy the energy infrastructure and gas infrastructure of these tiny little fragile U.S. pro-U.S. dictatorships in the region and absolutely collapse the global economy, to say nothing of closing the Strait of Hormuz.
I know, that's why I always said, Iran don't need a nuke to honestly cause maximum damage to the U.S. They could go ahead and sink the economies of these Gulf states that hold up our petrodollar and hold up our economy as well through their capital investments. Yeah, if those get taken out, our economy goes with it, and so does our currency. So do you see the problem here? It's like a lot of people say, oh, no, you can imagine Iran with a nuke? Bro, they don't need a nuke. They can literally sit there and decimate their neighbors, right, that are sadly connected to our economy. Very connected, conjoined at the hip, sadly.
The Houthis,
especially when it comes to our currency,
and absolutely collapse the global economy, to say nothing of closing the Strait of Hormuz and activating the Houthis. They have their own leverage. So it's a really dangerous situation, which is why it was such a bad idea to start the war in the first place, because you might think you were going to get out of it quickly, but you don't get the only say.
Wars in the Middle East don't end quickly. He should have known better, but he
or well.
You're so right about that. Exactly. By the way, I don't know like what weird timeline we're living in where suddenly I'm supposed to defend Al-Qaeda in Syria, but you literally have like Democrats defending like us giving weapons to Al-Qaeda in Syria. It's amazing. Anyway, that's beside the point. That's a totally different story. But our involvement in these Middle Eastern countries has been disastrous for the civilian populations of these countries. And I think Syria as a failed state is a perfect example of that. But just kind of getting back to what Trump is likely to do next.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over into Alex Jones. This is always fun. Shout out to Alex Jones. Let's hop over here onto Rumble. Let's get right into it. And guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just send in a super chat or Venmo, guys. Or you can just send in a gift to show some support, guys. Those show up as well. All right, appreciate it, guys. Let's get right into, well, I guess ladies and gentlemen, because 20% of women do watch.
Huge barracks complexes completely destroyed in Jordan over the weekend. We're told that only killed 3 people. We have army troops, rangers, and support troops stationed there in Jordan and Israel. That, of course, has been a secret, not anymore. And the bad news is the Houthis are now closing the Red Sea Strait, the narrowest part there. The Iranian government said, well, you've targeted our leadership in their homes, so now we're going to start targeting the leadership of the Gulf states and Israel in their homes.
Yeesh.
Pentagon's out of money. Got a lot to cover today, but the good news is...
Yeah, I mean, that's why PEGSEF had to go to that hearing to pretty much convince those lawmakers on why should we give you guys more money on a war that you have not shown us any results on. Fair question.
Is in all the polls, including internal Republican polls, the vast majority of Republican voters are against this war. And the few percentage points that are for it, that's eroding very quickly. Even Laura Ingraham came out and said, end this war now. And that's coming up.
Surprise, surprise.
Meanwhile, Mark Levin said instead of pushing away Israel, Netanyahu embraced their military. We didn't push away Thatcher or Churchill. The difference is they weren't going and starting wars. And the difference is we have the different Israeli ministers. I have new clips today, top ministers in Netanyahu's government laughing, saying this is great. It creates bedlam. We can take Lebanon. We can take parts of Syria. And we have America doing our dirty work, and we're not losing any forces. Israel said they're never going to send ground forces, though they push us to. It's disgusting. So I'm going to play that with Mark Levin, juxtapose the two things. I'm going to move through this as quickly as I can, but though it is the top story, energy prices are absolutely exploding. Trump had an 18-month deadline he gave himself to cut energy prices in half. They're up 18%, and that's an aggregate of all the different energy systems.
Yep.
Gas is up almost double. Diesel even more. And that all accelerates inflation and derails Trump's entire plan. But
it really did, because, like, bro, we walked into this war at 2.4% inflation. 2.4%. It got all the way up to 4.2. We literally reversed it. So here's the problem. Getting into this war pretty much did shoot the whole Make America Great Again, or the whole America First again, or the whole America First agenda in the foot. Like, in the foot, guys. We're limping. We're barely holding on here. Why? Because Trump decides to go to war with Iran, and now we didn't get it. We didn't get good policies on affordability. I mean, they're holding up the what was it? The housing affordability bill for the Save America Act. And look, I'm all about election integrity, but I mean, maybe you guys should just get the win with the Housing Affordability Act instead of just trying to amalgamate the two. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. And we're not even getting that, though. I mean, like, come on. You got into a war that drove up prices, and you can't give us a Housing Affordability Act.
Was told by Netanyahu the war would last 4 days. So we have all of that amazing news. Then we've got the domestic front with the Democrat Socialists of America and all the horrible things they're announcing. Abolishing the U.S. Senate because it's not democratic to popularly elect people. That's oxymoronic. It's like the climate czar, Kerry, a few years ago, said we got to get rid of half the farms or people will starve. We got to blow our heads off with shotguns or we might bleed. We've got all over the country in Democrat-controlled cities and states, men are allowed to urinate on children, expose themselves at parks, and the police say it's the law. They're allowed to. It's liberal. I'm not joking. In Maryland and Oregon and many other places, we have video of all this.
Yeah, Oregon, I can believe that.
Go to a concert, guy runs up, pulls his pants down, pisses on you and your kids. Police say that's a loving liberal thing. They made pedophilia legal down to age 12 in California. I mean, it just illustrates who they are. Oh, Islam's rampaging as usual. The AI debt bubble, experts believe, and I agree, is getting ready to burst. We've got so much. Trump refused to leave the stage.
Oh, no, that AI debt bubble is getting crazy. Like I said, to keep up with it, like these guys are spending more on infrastructure than they're actually profiting off AI. So, you know, your favorite AI like Claude or ChatGPT, which I know Claude's Anthropic and ChatGPT's OpenAI. Yeah, these guys' infrastructure costs so much that their profit goes right into it. Like they're running at a deficit, but yet but apparently they're the guys holding up our economy. And I'm telling you guys, this is not good. Like, I don't know why they're putting so much in on AI. Oh yeah, I know why. Because they sold it to pretty much to the corporate elites that, oh yeah, we're gonna be able to replace the workforce, drive up productivity. You just got to keep investing, even though you'll see no returns. But don't worry, if you keep investing, we'll eventually get to that goal that you want. And it's kind of blowing up in their face. As it should, though, as it should.
The World Cup on purpose. I guess it's part of that frontal lobe dementia kicking in where they act like babies. It's all coming up today and so much more. ChatGPT censoring the Bible, won't let you read the Bible or talk about the Bible. It's a big broadcast. Remember,
I don't know about that. Come on now. Really? ChatGPT gonna let you talk about the Bible, guys. But all right, though. I don't know, man. Alex Jones be killing me with the whole, Christians are the victims and Muslims want to take over the world. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I think there's a bigger group of Christians and Muslims, both in America and in the world. But okay.
Well, the Iranian government's official mouthpieces say we want a land invasion. They tout new missile boasts decades of war prep. And the war has officially escalated up another rung on the ladder. We are in a serious compounded energy war. It is not going our direction. We walked right into a BlackRock globalist trap. It's really allied with communist China. Israel loves it because it's a diversion and a distraction while they take parts of Lebanon and Syria. And I have top Israeli ministers, Ben Gvir, their intelligence, national security head. I have Israel's finance minister, Smotrich, on video. It's in Hebrew, but it has subtitles talking about how great it is. In fact, there's another clip I want to play before I play all these guys. Cue up from Russia with love. The Siamese fighting fish that I've played probably 50 times over the years, where you have Spectre's got agents in MI6, in the Russians, and in the Americans. And they call them in, and they're going to play the governments off against each other to make hundreds of billions of dollars and create crises. And Ian Fleming, high-level OSS MI6, wrote those books and wrote articles and gave speeches explaining this is how it really works. There's a real global organizations out there, and you think there's a bunch of criminal groups, but above them there's one big criminal group he called Spectre, and its symbol is a octopus that's got a bunch of legs, or a hydra. And in Marvel Comics, you've got Red Skull, that's the Hydra. Hail Hydra! Well, they're just throwing it in your face. Or Cobra. Why does Cobra? Why does he wear a mask? Why does Destro wear a mask? Because he's an international arms dealer. He's a British lord or a Scottish lord. And they're just telling you through literature, through pop culture, how all this really works. So you got one hell of a broadcast, huge guest coming up today. I'll tell you about in a little while, only a few minutes long. Then I'm going to launch into the real world, what's unfolding here. You've got Israel with its lobby starting the war on the 28th of February, dragging us in, trying to take over our military with the Defense Authorization Act, Section 219, well, Section 224, they've changed it. And that's one level, but then you've got BlackRock and the globalists in China wanting it to be the new center of power economically and want this war to economically sabotage us. Trump's being told it's about us controlling the IMEC corridor. It's actually the opposite. That's what's unfolding. And then coming up, Pentagon out of money, Red Sea blockade, new threat. They've basically closed it before, and our ships pulled out, so they could do it again. Let me show you these articles right here. And then the Pentagon sinking billions into Iran war is quickly running short on cash. Don't worry, they'll give them a few $100 billion more. It's costing $2.3 billion a day now. U.S. strikes unlikely to move Iran. U.S. intelligence reports say, Trump was told that 5 days before the war, or even before that. Then the Pentagon leaked it to the New York Times, hoping he'd stop. Then Israel struck first to drag us in. We know that for Marco Rubio. We'll be getting into that intel report, of course. That's what Joe Kent told us in Tulsi Gabbard. They got basically driven out. 17 U.S. service members have died in the Iran war. You can bet it's more than that. Reflecting a conflict fought largely in the air. Pentagon withheld dozens of U.S. military injuries in Iran war. A persistent dark cloud faces a bleak new phase in Iran as GOP midterm anxiety grows. Gas prices top $4 a gallon again as U.S.-Iran conflict escalates.
Well, damn. I mean, not one good headline. Not one favorable headline from my man Trump. Not one. And because, well, like I said, this war was just a bad idea. Like, let's just keep it real. And let's go all the way back here. Yes, U.S. strikes unlikely to move Iran. Yeah. I mean, we kind of knew that. Like, bro, Operation Epic Fury was way worse. And here's the thing. For some reason, that didn't break them. So we're doing this now. And we think that more bombing is just going to make Iran submit. I'm like, guys, if that's the goal, then, guys, we're going to be here for a while. If the goal is just to bomb Iran in submission. The thing is, we don't even have all the munitions for that. So, I mean, what are we going to do? What? Boots on the ground or start nuking them once we run out of munitions just because we can't get Iran to submit or give up control of the strait? And guys, the goal is to try to strike these underground bases. I mean, look, like, if we can't do with these bunker busters, we got a real problem here. A real problem.
He'd stop, then Israel struck first to drag us in. We know that for Marco Rubio.
Oh, yeah. If you don't know that Israel pretty much dragged us into this war, man, come on, bro. You sleeping at the wheel at this point. Yes, they dragged us into the war. For some reason, Donald Trump was gullible enough to follow them up. As all the other presidents said, no, Israel, we're not going to follow you up on bombing Iran. Donald Trump said, okay, I'll do it. Don't worry. I'll be a good boy. And he did it. And here we are, guys. Like, look, it's not that Trump is the bravest president ever. Sadly, he's a bit gullible. Apparently, all you need to do is just, glaze him a bit, boost his ego, and he's going to do whatever you want. Even if it means dragging his own people into a war. I mean, it is what it is.
A persistent dark cloud faces a bleak new phase in Iran as GOP midterm anxiety grows. Gas prices top $4 a gallon again as U.S.-Iran conflict escalates. AAA data shows a Red Sea blockade threatens a new front in the U.S.-Iran war. Laura Ingraham drops a stark warning to Trump Republicans. The clock is ticking. She says the war is becoming a major political liability, already making GOP lawmakers nervous and unpopular with voters. Republicans cannot let this become an endless distraction, especially if they want to win in November. So even Laura Ingraham raising the alarm. That's coming up. We've got all the polls coming out between 60 and 70% of Republican voters that are against the war. Upwards of 85% of average Americans are against it.
Yeah, because it's your average Americans who are basically paying for it through higher gas prices and higher food prices. Because guess what? The fertilizer out that's supposed to be coming through the strait ain't getting through either. And that's driving up food prices. Yeah, we're running out of fertilizer as well.
Joe Kent resigned 2 weeks into the war.
Farmers can't fulfill their order.
We're now 143 days into this. Everything we warned of has come true. We were called panicans. We were called low IQ. And those of us that warned Trump not to get into this disaster, we're the bad guys still. Like telling somebody, don't put salt water in your gas tank, it'll seize the engine up. And your neighbor says, no, it runs great on salt water or piss. And Netanyahu was basically peeing in our gas tank, and we're like, hey, stop peeing in the gas tank, Netanyahu. And we're like, hey, you got to drain your tank. Don't crank your car. Don't drive around on pee. And Trump said, no, I'm going to do it. Started the car, drove down the road, it broke down, black smoke coming out, and Trump comes back and hugs Netanyahu and says, will you pee in my gas tank some more, please?
Hey, yo.
I really, and says to us, said, don't pee in the tank. You're the enemy. Get out of here. I never want to talk to you again.
This man, Alex, bro.
And now Trump was meeting with the Lebanese president today. He said, if we left right now, it would take Iran 20 to 25 years to rebuild. Okay, declare victory and say you've degraded their military and leave. If we didn't do that, what I did, they would have a nuclear weapon. And, of course, they would then destroy all their neighbors, Trump says. So why doesn't Trump leave? Because they're keeping the strait closed until they get paid $300 billion. They did.
And if they wanted to destroy their neighbors, then, I mean, why haven't they been just start destroying their oil refineries and water desalination plants? If they want to destroy their neighbors, then why even let their neighbors build up in the region? Because, I mean, and think about it. I mean, they're kind of showing us or showing our neighbors or our Gulf allies as well that, yeah, we can't really protect them from Iran. Like, Iran can still get through their missile defense system and hit them in key infrastructure and, of course, our military bases as well. So, I mean, if Iran could just turn around and just, if Iran would have got a nuke, they just start destroying their enemies. Well, Iran could do that without a nuke. So why didn't they do it now? Well, why didn't they do it until now? Really think about that. Iran was this, bad actor. All of a sudden, oh my goodness, you can't trust them. They're just so radical. Once they get a nuke, they're blowing up everybody. Well, if that was the case, I mean, they got the missile capability and they're just such crazy bastards. Then why didn't they just start blowing up the Middle East before this war? Like, you got to explain that first, right?
Want $500 billion in reparations and the U.S. military to go. So Trump's saying, hey, you're locked in here with me to the Iranian mullahs. And they're saying, no, you're locked in here with us. So that clip's coming up and some of the other highlights of the ongoing press conference. But first, let's go to one of the earliest James Bond movies written by the spy chief Ian Fleming, where they explain how all this works. And there's different players at different levels that stand to gain from this. BlackRock controls 87% of world assets. That says they want to bankrupt the world, put social credit score as the savior to control your behavior. These are all quotes. With a global UN, Bill Gates, Chinese, communist designed world ID that he announced again last week, been ready for 10 years, and the central bank digital currency, they want the recovery to fail here and all the nations to be hurt by it because then they can loan unlimited money to people to put us deeper in debt to control our behaviors and make us indentured domesticated servants. And then Israel wants its larger expansion, Greater Israel, and it's got the muscle in the lobby. And how it's doing whatever Israel says, and the Christian Zionist brainwashing, fetishizing, doing whatever the leaders in Israel say, whatever King Herod says. When he cut John the Baptist's head off, he was good because any leader of Israel is good. Jesus wouldn't do what the leaders of Israel said. He was killed. You've got to follow leaders of Israel or you go to hell. So Jesus is in hell. John the Baptist is in hell. Herod cutting off John the Baptist's head was good. The whole Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, is about Israel being bad and then being cursed and put into bondage. But again, you're supposed to do whatever leader of Israel says. So when the Antichrist in the Bible is ruling from there, you must worship him or you're going to hell. That's how this has all been twisted. And the Israel lobby knows that and is laughing at us on national TV saying, ha, 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 the Americans are killing themselves.
No, it actually is crazy, though, because Israel, they do got their wild little eschatology of, bringing back their Messiah through pretty much, I guess, cleansing that region of anybody else but Jews. Then they're going to destroy the Alexa Mosque, which is the third holiest site in Islam, which is on the Dome on the Rock. And I mean, if you guys know the historical and the religious value of the Dome on the Rock, it's apparently where Moses got the revelations or the law from God. And Muslims, they built a mosque there, big old mosque, looks nice actually. And what the Israelis want to do, or these radical Jews, they kind of want to blow that up. Yeah, they want to blow up the most third holiest site in Islam, third most holy site in Islam, blow it up, and then build the third temple. And then they're going to sacrifice a red cow, which they've already done, by the way. So that's already done. But they sacrifice a red cow or a red heifer. They burn it. And then they put the ashes on around this area, you know, the area where they just blew up an entire mosque. And then they rebuild the third temple. And that's supposed to bring back their Messiah, which is pretty much supposed to be the Antichrist to us.
Fighting for Israel. We're not going to send any troops. This is a perfect situation, close quote. A perfect situation that Israel.
And the problem, and guys, if you want to know what the world was said, what's wrong with destroying the Alexa Mosque? I mean, look, you could be a Muslim hater and all that good stuff, but you do understand destroying a holy site is going to incur the wrath of all the Muslims upon Israel. Like, that's a problem. They're kind of playing with fire there.
Israel has manipulated the United States into. I'm going to play you their finance minister, and I've got Ben-Gvir saying something similar, their national security head. Wow, that's really friendly and nice. The arrogance, how dumb the Likudniks think you and I are, that they on TV, look at this guy, say all of this. That is all coming up of him on national TV and him in front of the Knesset. That's the other clip. Just openly saying that we've got these two killing each other while we get stronger and creating chaos. This is the perfect situation. But before I go to all those clips, here's from Russia with love for some of the thicker folks. I know most of the audience is super smart. For people that don't understand how 144 days into this is a disaster and how it's killing the recovery and how the U.S. was on the verge of bankruptcy and we needed Trump's plan to get out of it, or BlackRock and the big private central banks that own the Federal Reserve, we're going to lose our credit rating. It's already been downgraded. And then when we lose the dollar as the world reserve currency, the United States will be in an endless depression of biblical proportions.
I mean, no, let's be real, though. It was a pretty good plan, like tariffing these countries to bring back manufacturing, pushing out immigration so these corporations can't take advantage of low wages. I mean, it's kind of crazy how Democrats argue for higher wages, but they want to allow illegal immigrants that keep wages low. Because, I mean, why would you raise wages when you got the illegal immigrants who's willing to work way less than an American citizen? Like, will work for way less than an American citizen. So, I mean, come on, guys. You're kind of effing up the game here. You're kind of selling out to the corporate elite. And about tariffs, because y'all kind of pissed me off with that one. I'm sorry, but the fact that y'all sat there and tried to say, oh, no, it's a tax on the consumer. It's a tax on the consumer. All right, then tell me what tax isn't a tax on the consumer if that's the case. Because you could raise the corporate tax. That could have got passed down to us. Bill, you could have raised, I'm going to be real with you, sales tax. I mean, of course, that goes straight to us. Any tax you would have raised on a company or extra expense you put on a company could get passed straight down to consumer if they choose to. So, like, really, what's the argument there? Oh, I see the argument. So when the Republicans tax the rich, it's a tax on the consumer. When the Democrats tax the rich, oh yeah, we're getting back at the rich. Oh, they're finally paying their fair share. It's like, okay, so which one is it? Gonna be real with you guys. You Dems kind of sold out and shook y'all ass in a circle for the corporate elites because through y'all bitching about tariffs, now these corporate elites get a refund check or are now getting $81 billion in tariff refunds coming from the taxpayer. Yeah, if you think you're going to get a check, you're not. So guess what, guys? You guys did all that fighting against tariffs so a bunch of corporate elites can get a tax refund. Well, not tax refund, but get a bailout of pretty much a check, a tariff check. Not you, them. Remember that. Remember, before you sit there, you ever say, oh, Trump is for the rich. Trump is for the rich. Bro, so are you. You sat there and you helped them get a check from the government, help them get a refund check from the government from pretty much selling out Americans by buying overseas or outsourcing their labor overseas. It's like, really? Really? You helping those guys get a check? Walmart? Really, guys? Okay. All right, man. Don't ever come to me talking about, oh no, S.E.T, we're against the corporate elites just like you guys. You want to make the rich pay their fair shares. No, you don't. No, you don't. You had your chance to walk alongside with us in that endeavor, and you chose to help them get their money back.
And literal hell on earth, which
Nah, bro.
not just
Now,
America.
can you imagine if Dems raised the corporate tax, right? And us Republicans sat there, or conservatives sat there and said, oh, no, there's a passing it along to consumer, right? And imagine if we started bitching so hard that we actually got the Supreme Court to bring it down, right? And then because the Supreme Court brought it down, now we got to give all the tax revenue back to those corporate elites, back to those corporations. Dems, y'all would lose y'all shit. Let's be real.
The world has been positioned for the global collapse, and then the UN and BlackRock come in with the global central bank digital currency, global social credit score, universal basic income, unified ledger, where everything you own, your house, your car, all of it's put in one AI-controlled ledger, and you don't own it. Like Klaus Schwab said years ago, you'll own nothing and be happy. Yeah, now we've got quotes here. We cannot stop destroying houses in southern Lebanon. We cannot stop, period. Israel Minister Ben-Gvir has made new statements. We cannot allow the population of southern Lebanon to return. We must continue to control the territory, even if Trump disagrees. He said last week, we're going to burn all of Lebanon and take it all. And so that's Ben-Gvir responding to Trump with the Lebanese president, who's been working with Israel, by the way, and saying, fine, blow up whatever you want. We're your friend. Kill whoever you want. Send in, Al-Qaeda out of Syria. We'll do whatever you say. Our legs are spread. Our feet are behind our ears. And Trump's like, well, we're going to get Israel out of there. That's what he just said. The ongoing press conference right now.
And guys, let me tell you why I'm so pissed about this. Because you know what, bro? Like I said, you're wrong. No. Who pays the tariffs, guys? The U.S. company pays the tariffs. Yes, the big corporations, they pay the tariffs. They were the ones paying the tariffs, guys. And depending on the industry, and guess what? Depending on the saturation of that industry, aka the competition, that depends if they were able to drive up their prices. Guys, when Trump had his tariffs on, inflation was going down. So you guys were talking about, oh, it's a tax on the consumer, it's inflationary. Well, Trump had those tariffs on, and what was taxes doing? What was inflation doing? It was peaking down. It was heading down. So I'm sorry, but you can't really sit there and say it's inflationary because inflation was going down. You can't really sit there and say that it wasn't bringing back manufacturing, because I could show you a shitload of manufacturing projects that started because of Trump's tariffs, especially the sector Pacific tariffs, the one on pharmaceuticals and chips and semiconductors. So here's the thing. The problem is, like, you guys didn't even understand what the mission was. You just hated it because it was Trump, sadly. And I mean, you should honestly have a better argument than, oh, it's Trump. But no, what you sat there and did was you shook your ass in a circle for the corporate elites to get them a check. Congratulations. And yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, Dems, instead of bitching about a plan or bitching about Trump, tell me, what was your better plan? Oh yeah, you guys didn't have one. It was just the F Trump show for like 4 years straight. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but that's not a plan. You had no plan for the economy. You had no plan for immigration. I mean, Dems, don't please tell me what was Kamala Harris's plan besides raising taxes. What was Kamala Harris's plan for the border? I mean, she said she wanted to keep things the same way Biden did. So, I mean, like, look, you can't get mad at people for voting for Trump when you Dems had no plan but to criticize Trump and thinking that you were going to fearmonger on Trump enough to where it was going to turn people away, when all you did was just bring more attention to him, which is actually funny because you know what? Like, what the left did to Trump is exactly what the right's doing to Zoran Mandani. It's actually funny. But, yeah. I'm gonna be real with you, Dems. It's like, come on, now. That's one accountability that y'all just skirt. It's like, bro, all you had to do was just have a better candidate than Kamala Harris, and we wouldn't, you know what? We'd probably had a better candidate to vote from. But all you had was somebody who was about to carry on worse policies than her predecessor, and we were just supposed to vote for that because, oh, F Trump? Yeah, no. Oh, no. Sorry, that was not the best thing for y'all to say. But, I mean, the Dems gave you guys no other option but to support Kamala Harris. So I kind of feel bad in that regard.
Just like, Trump months ago said, stop bombing Lebanon. We got a peace deal. I order you to. And Netanyahu said, F you. And Ben Gvir, who's got more power than Netanyahu, he really calls the shots. He says, hey, we ain't leaving. It's like Wolf of Wall Street to him when he says, we ain't leaving. You're going to have to send in the National Guard to get me out of here. You got to bring in a wrecking ball. And by the way, we got nuclear weapons and the Samson option. So we ain't going nowhere. And we love how we started this war and got you in it. It's perfect. This is an ideal situation for you dumbass Americans. And if you don't do what we say, you're going to hell. You follow whatever an Israeli leader says. King Herod cut off John the Baptist's head, and it's
No, and I ain't gonna lie. That's why a lot of people literally think this is a religious war. It's like, oh my God. People literally thought, oh, this is a religious war. We're taking out Islam. We're freeing the Iranian people. Oh, you fool. No, man, this is a war about influence. And then maybe you could talk about resources later, but it's pretty much all about, well, controlling Iran and getting them to pretty much bow to our whim. And they're not going to do that, sadly, unless we take out that regime. We can't take, sadly, we already tried to take out their leader and we got an even worse leader. And now we're just sitting here wondering what we can do with them, because we don't want to leave them in power, and we do want to have some type of control over Iran. And of course, control over that entire region. And Iran gets in the way of that. Shoot. I mean, Iran gets in the way of Israel's ambitions to create greater Israel and start eating up the other countries around them. And then, I mean, guys, they've taken already a good part. They've taken parts of Jordan. They've taken parts of Syria. And they've tried to take parts of Lebanon. So, I mean, what makes you think they ain't trying? They're doing it right in your face.
The Lord. I've seen Pastor Hagee, the Zionist preacher, in his megachurch San Antonio 20 years ago. I put the clip many times. He said, Jesus was not the Messiah, but a Jewish rebel the Jews dealt with wisely.
Hey, what's going on, Galactic? And, you know, it was a good thing in terms of us were, procuring their resources and it helping us out. And that'd have been great if we didn't get into this war and fuck that all up. And then now that I'm looking into it a bit further, like, you guys got to understand, remember in the beginning of that whole Venezuela invasion, like, bro, even I was like, yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to hold. It's like, I'm sure we can knock them out and take out Maduro, but how long can our control hold? Because, I mean, Galactic, doesn't Venezuela seem a little bit familiar? You know, we take out a so-called democratically elected leader. We replace it with a puppet of ours who's pretty much selling out her people's resources to the United States. And I mean, the last time that happened, the whole country rose up and, flipped the entire government on its head. And then it turned into the most anti-American government in the world, Iran. So I'm not going to lie. My opinions on Venezuela kind of changed as time went on. Like at front, I ain't gonna lie, I had nothing but dubs. But as time goes on, I'm starting to see that this could turn into another Iran.
All right, let's go ahead and go to a clip, though, from Russia with Love explaining how this works. Here it is.
Let's get past this.
Let's go ahead now and start going to these clips explaining how this works, okay? Now, here's Laura Ingraham explaining, and this is internal Republican polls, and Mark Mitchell was up there, 8 months ago. They saw him on the show. They called him up to the White House trying to convince Trump not to go to war. He was talking about it then and to talk about domestic stuff and not meet with Larry Ellison, all the billionaires, and, get back to populist stuff. And he didn't listen. And now they've got more internal polls, and they know that it is going to be devastation in the midterms because there's already so much election fraud that hasn't been reversed and fixed. So you got to have a landslide to win, and we're not going to get the landslide. I would say it's going to be a moderate Republican victory. They would keep the House and Senate, but not gain many seats. But now I predict we're going to lose the House and Senate on current trajectory. And I predict this war is still going when the midterms are here because the Iranians are not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. And again, we've seen Secretary of State, all of them saying we got to get back to where we were when the strait was open. Well, it's closed because Israel attacked on the 28th, and we joined them hours later in the morning of March 1st. And here we are 144 days later in that disaster, which kills the Trump recovery, which kills the world economy, which causes mass starvation with the fertilizer cut off from Ukraine and the Middle East to Africa and other countries, giant migrant flows. They want the Great Reset. That's what the carbon taxes and the Paris Accord that Trump pulled out of did. So important, saving billions of people in the aggregate. They were going to cut half the carbon use in the world. Studies show that would kill at least 2 billion people over the next decade. So that's a great thing Trump did. But now it's all being mitigated by this inflation and the energy being cut off and the fertilizers being cut off. Yeah, there's the Washington Post. It's true. U.S. teeters on all-out war with Iran after more troops are killed. And the point is that's because Trump is going to continue to double down in face saving instead of getting an off-ramp. And as I predicted, the mullahs want their reparations and they want our troops out. And Trump's not going to do that. And I don't think he could reasonably even do that. And so it's going to continue in a war of attrition. So here's Laura Ingraham, and then it goes right into J.D. Vance on Joe Rogan last week explaining Israel is ultra unpopular, but Israel doesn't care because it is self-contained and has nuclear weapons. And they don't care if we go bankrupt because up the chain, Israel is controlled by BlackRock and the Rothschilds that created Israel. Isn't that sick? So they get us and they get the Islamists at the same time, and we do all their dirty work, and then their ministers laugh on TV about it. We have those clips coming up. But first, here's Laura Ingraham sounding the alarm, and J.D. Vance telling like it is.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And with the midterm elections a little more than 100 days away, the clock is ticking for President Trump to get out of this war before voters head to the polls. It's making a lot of Republicans nervous. It's already, as we know, unpopular. According to the New Washington Post Ipsos polls, 69% of Americans disapprove of the handling of this conflict.
Yep.
Republicans cannot let this become an endless distraction, especially if they want to win in November. Here to discuss.
Israel is losing.
Yeah, but it's already too late for that, though. I mean, trust me, everybody's going to focus on the Iran war when it affects how much they pay at the pump and how much they pay at the grocery store. So, sorry, if this war doesn't get concluded but before midterms, I mean, things are looking pretty bleak for Republicans. Things are already looking bad for you guys already. So the fact that this war is still continuing, I mean, like, y'all just trying to throw away the midterms at this point.
The public opinion battle in the United States of America. It is a simple and obvious fact. Donald Trump has said that publicly. It's a simple and obvious fact.
Why do you think that is?
Why is Israel losing? Why is Israel losing American public opinion?
Well, the narrative is that Israel has a very disproportionate effect on American politics.
Yeah, I see that. I see that narrative. I mean, I actually think that look, do they try to influence American politics? Yes. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's a country of 9 million people. We have 330 million people. And so, of course, they're going to try to persuade Americans. They're going to try to move Americans in one direction or another. I think that's just the nature of the beast.
But it's more than that. The concern is that they're spying on American politicians, that there's concerns about funding. There's concerns about influence. There's concerns about whether or not politicians are whether they're aligned with Israel or whether they're aligned with the United States first.
Now, here's Beelzebub, Bezalel Smotrich, their finance minister, and it's in Hebrew, but there's subtitles, saying, America fighting Iran, the chaos, what's going on, this is ideal for us. And they've said they want Trump with a ground invasion, but they're not going to send troops. But then that dovetails with Mark Levin saying, you've got to stand with the Israeli military. You mean we got to fight and die while they sit there and do nothing and laugh at us? So here's the finance minister.
Now, what was killing me was Jesse Waters pretty much bragging about, oh, yeah, America's going to come in. We're going to train insurgencies against Hezbollah. And I'm just like, oh, yeah. And we could just go ahead and let Israel take a break. I'm like, are you serious? Hold on. So you want us to go in there and get involved with it in Lebanon to try to take out Hezbollah? And when Israel's the one who started all this, Israel's the one who attacked Hezbollah first. Let them handle it. Why are we trying to get involved in Lebanon to take out Hezbollah? It's like, no, like Hezbollah wasn't doing anything before Israel attacked them. Sadly, just like Iran.
הזהות של עם ישראל, של מדינת ישראל. וזה עובד לשני הכיוונים. התוצאות של המלחמה נקבעות ויקבעו בעזרת השם.
The ideology of the Iranian Islamist regime is based on the belief that Allah compels the annihilation of the West and that dying in service of Allah is martyrdom.
I mean, let's be real. When the Quran was written, there was no really conception of, the whole conception of the West or Western values wasn't invented yet. But okay.
On the belief.
But I mean, the Shia Muslims, though, they do definitely believe in, dying in service of your country or in God is, considered the highest honor. Considers my bad, the highest honor. I said the highest martyrdom.
That Allah compels the annihilation of the West, and that dying in service of Allah is martyrdom. Mutual assured destruction is not a deterrence. So how do we eliminate the regime? Well, there's some things we haven't tried for some reason. First, rather than pushing away Israel, we didn't push away Thatcher, we didn't push away Churchill. Rather than pushing away Israel and Netanyahu, we should embrace their military. We should embrace their intelligence expertise in the region, as we did early in this war.
I'm sorry, but we should not embrace them starting wars. Like, they literally started this conflict with Hezbollah, and now they're asking us to clean it up, clean up the mess that they refused to. Honestly, clean up the mess that they started, that they refused to clean themselves. It's like, that's kind of crazy how y'all started this little conflict with Lebanon, and now y'all can't finish it because y'all losing too much soldiers on y'all on-ground invasion of Lebanon. Kick rocks. No, go finish the job like y'all tell us.
Regardless of what the Arab states,
hey, yo, Gaiman, what's going on, brother?
And Turkey and Pakistan think or what they want, it is in our national security interest to end the Iranian regime as fast as we can. Period. Just as Reagan worked with Thatcher, we must continue to work with Netanyahu. He is a strength. He is a strength.
צריך לזכור, באיראן יש כרגע אינפלציה של 85%. אני אגיד ככה, כרגע למדינת ישראל אין אינטרס להצטרף למערכה. המצב הנוכחי שבה יש מערכה מתוחמת בין איראן לארצות הברית הוא הנכון והטוב ביותר לנו. צריך לזכור שמטרת העל שלנו במערכה, וזה לאו דווקא משותף עם ארצות הברית, זה לערער...
We're going to come back and I'm going to read this in English with the subtitles for radio listeners. Stay with us, we'll be right back. America is now 200.
They just said it out loud. They said, all right, we wanted to stabilize the regime. Like, look, it doesn't matter if the U.S. is at risk. You know what? We just need to go ahead and destabilize that regime no matter what. It's an existential threat against Israel. It cannot exist. And I'm just like, Israel, if that's how you feel, then why don't you go do it yourself?
And then get into all.
It must not be that big of a threat if y'all not been willing to do it yourselves. By yourselves.
This other news, because we got Victor Boot popping in. He'll get into that and the latest developments in Russia and so much more. But the threat escalation ladder has jumped to the next level. It's going into full-on ground invasion. They're talking about using nukes. It's cratering the world economy. The Pentagon's out of money, despite getting $500 billion supplemental packages. This is a disaster. And then we've got Ben Gvir, and we've got Smotrich and all these other ministers in Netanyahu's government sitting back talking about how great all this is, only thinking about their own interest, as if the rest of the world doesn't affect them, which is stupid. It will affect them. It does affect them. But Israel's committed to this belligerent, megalomaniacal Greater Israel project, and they're committed to trying to take over our military and the Defense Authorization Act. They're committed to primarying whoever doesn't step and fetch it. And Israel now has put itself front and center as the villain and has even eclipsed communist China as the main threat when it comes to espionage against our country. And I told you that months and months ago, and now even the Defense Intelligence Agency came out and said that about 5 weeks ago. So it's just a fact. And Israel's like, you bet we run your country. Now take it.
I'm sorry, but like, you got to be doing some real spying to be more of a threat than China. China literally make sure they send over their guys over here. Make sure they send spies over here. So I'm sorry, but if you're more of a spy threat or an intelligence threat than China, oh yeah, you doing some real bullshit in the back end right there. Yeah, you doing some real fuckery, my friend. Ain't no way. And yeah, Israel is pretty much, well, our biggest intelligence threat. Shout out to the Pentagon. And that's kind of wild to sit there and say, it's like over China, over Russia. Yep, over them.
Absolute.
And that's our ally. And that's our greatest ally, by the way, is our biggest intelligence threat.
Insane. So he's reading this, he's saying this in Hebrew on national television, but I'm going to try to read the subtitles. Go ahead and read Jezebel Smotrich. I'm sorry, Beelzebub Smotrich. That's not his name. It's Bezali Smotrich, his real name. Let's go ahead and roll it. Israel has no interest in joining U.S. war on Iran. I say that when it comes to state of Israel, we have no interest in joining the current situation where there is confined campaign between Iran and the United States. It is correct and best for us. We need to remember that our objective in the campaign, and this is not necessarily with the U.S., is to destabilize, weaken to the point of overthrowing the regime. We cannot come to terms with the existence of a regime that strives to destroy the state of Israel openly, take steps in that direction. The best way right now to bring down the regime is economically, simply to crush it economically. In the sense, the campaign and the renewal of President Trump's siege the Strait of Hormuz should be remembered in Iran. Therefore, in the current situation is good for us, and we have no interest in pushing ourselves. Stop it and back it up. So I don't want to get it wrong.
Huh.
Back it up a few more.
That is wild.
And we have no.
It's like it's you see how he argues like, oh, this is such an existential threat to Israel. This is something that Israel must get done, but Israel does not want to put no firepower towards it whatsoever. It's all on the United States. Like, imagine how much, pull you got to have in a government to have that much confidence where you're just like, oh, yeah, don't worry, the United States will handle it for us. No problem. They'll be good goy and they'll handle it. Apparently we are.
Interest in pushing ourselves in. It must be said that we are prepared, and incidentally, after yesterday's decision, for any scenario, the military is ready. And if the Iranians make the mistake and fire at us, then of course they will regret it and will face a very strong, determined, and powerful response. I mean, wow. Absolutely insane. They start the war. Netanyahu brags about it. Secretary of State says, no, they drug us in. And he says, keeping the strait closed hurts Iran. So we like it, even though it hurts all the other countries in the world, the U.S., you name it. Israel just doesn't care. The selfishness, the arrogance of this. And then you have the ADL had 2 months ago saying we're going to censor and debank and attack anybody that says Israel drug the U.S. into this war. And then Netanyahu 2 weeks ago bragged on Israeli TV in Hebrew, we played the clips, that he drug us into Midnight Hammer.
Come on,
last June, and he drug us into.
No, that's so hilarious, though. It's like, come on, MAGA, die for Israel. Go out, come on, accept higher gas prices, guys. Do it for Israel. Do it for the Jewish Holy Land, guys. You freaking goy. Okay, I'm done.
To this disaster. And so we are now literally fighting and going bankrupt and dying for a bunch of indicted war criminals and psychos that created Hamas, funded Hamas, stood down for Hamas, and then say, oh, look at October 7th. We're allowed to blow up all the Christians. We're allowed to take Lebanon. We're allowed to burn the whole country. And then Trump today says to the Lebanese president, don't worry, we're going to get Israel out of there and get your country stabilized. Though he said a few days ago, I might send in Al-Qaeda, though, to clean up things, murder the Christians. But Trump, the president's being friendly, and Ben-Gvir comes out and says, we're not putting up with that, and we're at least keeping southern Lebanon.
Yeah.
And they're already preparing to move.
I'll give Alex Jones this. At least he actually cares about the brown Christians. Like, usually we don't like to talk about the Christians in Lebanon or the ones in Gaza that Israel's been recklessly bombing because they're brown. I mean, apparently, we don't care about brown Christians here in America, sadly.
Settlements in there. I don't want Israel to be the top story every day. We got a lot of fish to fry.
Well, no, let me rephrase that. If Israel is bombing brown Christians, we don't care.
And a lot of big news.
Any other country, though, we're on their ass. But if it's Israel, we got to shut the fuck up, apparently.
But this is out of control. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate to show that they're responsible in the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them 10 times harder every night. We've degraded them further and further. Okay. I think I want to play Hegseth in a moment, but let's get that clip ready. And also the other one where Trump's telling the president, oh, yeah, we're going to get Israel to leave. And Israel says, no, we're not. I thought Iran didn't have any missiles left, according to Trump in all those speeches. You know, the Pentagon said they got over 70% of their missiles left, and they're making more. And then here's Hegseth, who I don't want to sit here and attack. I like Hegseth. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he, means well in what he's doing. But he's made a terrible mistake. And Trump's made a terrible mistake. And he's going, oh, we degrade them more every day. The Strait of Hormuz is a giant armed camp of mountains and hills. And all they need is low-tech missiles and artillery that you can't stop at close range to sink commercial ships. Now, the low-tech stuff might not be able to take out an aircraft carrier or a missile cruiser because they've got all the anti-missile guns and missiles, but they can take out any of those ships they want. And they've said, if you come in there, we're going to blow you up. When ships try to run the U.S. blockade, we sink them. So we're in a war here. And so Trump always gives the same speech. Oh, we've put their ships at the bottom. Oh, we blew up lots of their stuff. Yeah, we've dropped, 50,000 bombs or so on them? Vietnamese, 7.6 million? Did they lose? U.S. soldiers killed by Iran were from Texas, Hawaii, military says. Okay, let's go ahead and go to Hegseth, and then I'm going to go to Joe Kent, the former head of counterterrorism, who resigned 2 weeks into the war and predicted what was going to happen because he had the Pentagon report. He was citing that. He still called a traitor and a piece of crap for being right. As the disaster.
Now, what killed me was this kind of let me know that MAGA was a little too brainwashed. It was like, hold on. So a guy who literally an ex-soldier, literally ex-CIA, did special operations, actually worked to go against these very terrorist groups that we're fighting now. And you guys are keeping him out of the briefings. Oh, and because he's telling you the real, now he's the traitor. And now he's just, oh, well, he's supposed to work at the service of the president. It's like, so he's just supposed to go along with the fuckery then. That's pretty much what you're saying. You just want, because it's Trump, all you guys want is yes men, pretty much. But you were expecting Biden's cabinet to keep it real. All right. Okay. Whatever.
It gets worse and worse as the black hole gets worse and worse around us. But first, let's go to Hegseth saying, oh, we'll just bomb them 10 times harder. Great. And Israel couldn't be happier because while we're doing that, they're grabbing Lebanon and Syria and all the rest of it. And they're like, oh, great, this is hurting Iran. This is destroying their economy. Great. And they'll hold on a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Trump said, hey, it may last 19 years like Vietnam. Of course, Vietnam wasn't 19 years. It was 11. But okay, whatever. Who needs to know a history of war when you quote it? And again, this is just an untenable situation. And while we're distracted with this and lose the midterms over this, we got the Democrat socialists surging and anti-ICE riots everywhere and Muslims running around declaring victory over us. And they've got all the drag queen story times coming back and all the leftist evil. This is so sick. But, Levin says instead of pushing away Israel, Netanyahu embrace their military while they sit back and laugh that this is a perfect situation.
Yeah,
where America does our dirty work at the expense of America and all the rest of the world, and we don't care. I mean, why do they talk like that in public? I mean, much less behind the scenes. There's no need to catch the Israelis on secret recordings, but they just say it all out in the open. At least the ones running it are crazy. Disgusting.
I mean, that's what you got to like about them, though. It's like they just say it out in the open while, mainstream media here try to call you anti-Semitic and try to say you don't know what you're talking about. You just hate Jews. Then you got, Israelis, aka Jews, out there pretty much saying it out loud. Everything you were saying, but they're just saying it just up front. They're saying it more clearly. It's kind of funny. It's like you can sit there and explain, oh, no, the Israelis are low-key trying to genocide the Palestinians. You sit and say, Set, you're crazy. That's wrong. How could you say something like that about our Jewish brethren? And I'm like, okay, great. All right, well, look at Ben Gvir. He's literally saying there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, and he low-key thinks they're animals and they all gotta die because of October 7th. I mean, there's Shmuley Tavir, their finance minister, had the same genocidal tone. Bibi Netanyahu referred to them as the Amalek, which in the Bible pretty much got genocided. So yeah, I mean, they say it out loud, guys. I mean, that's what we're getting it from. We're not imagining this stuff. We're just listening to them. We're being real about it. I mean, but then again, nobody really want to be real about, the guys of genocide or stuff going down like this.
ليش تسيبني طيب؟ ببشر ولا طلعت نار ولا في اي حاجه يا عمي، كلهم بموتوا ناس وكلهم بموتوا كلهم بتيتموا اطفال وكلهم بتنيلوا. طب الى وقتيش هذا الكلام؟ طب انا يا اخويا وابويا وسامي واخويا كلنا مستعجلين. طب لوقتيش؟ الى متى يا الله؟ طيب حلونا يا ناس.
يا سلامة قلبك يا الله، سلامة قلبك يا امي، سلامة قلبك يا اخويا. قومي يا سلام، قومي يا أمه، ارجعي لي يا أمه.
Over 1,000 innocent Palestinians dead since the ceasefire. So not even the ceasefire stops their bloodlust. But it is what it is, I guess. Sad, really.
Loving being the villains. And they don't care that they're seen as the villain worldwide now. They think they have a stranglehold over our government and our military, so they don't give a damn. Finance Minister Smotrich, after the lengthy security discussion last night, the state of Israel has no interest in joining the contained confrontation between Iran and the United States. The current situation is best one for us. He said it's ideal. I just plays the clip.
Yeah.
So you start the war.
Yeah, they drag us into the war. They pretty much get all caught up in it. And then when it comes to show up, Israel's like, oh, no, we're not going to do anything. We're going to let you guys do all the work. Honestly, this is just the best situation for us. So if you try to criticize this, we'll call you anti-Semitic. I mean, bro, Jesse Waters literally just sat in our face on Fox News and said that, oh, yeah, we should go in there and, let America take care of Hezbollah. And Israel, man, you can just sit back, man, sip a latte, man, have a pina colada, and let America do everything for you because we're good goy. It's like, bro. And he said it so proud. He said it with a smile on his face, man. That shit was crazy.
You start the war, and then now we're supposed to pay for it and die for it and finish it and fight the last American and fight the last taxpayer's dollar. Wow. Let's go to Hegseth, though. The avowed Christian Zionist who believes that we will be victorious as long as they get trillions of dollars for the new forever war. Here it is.
Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and it continues to this day.
Let's be real, though. People have to make a decision because North Korea kind of had the same thing going on. They was able to hold South Korea hostage. Like, we attacked North Korea. Well, then, North Korea is going to go ballistic, and no pun intended, but start firing off ballistic missiles into South Korea, and they're going to get decimated. I mean, because they're right there. That's why we didn't go in and invade North Korea. We pretty much just try to sanction them to death, and hopefully we can just stop them from getting nuked that way. That failed. Now, if your guys are saying, oh, no, we should have just invaded North Korea and started a war with North Korea, I'm going to be real with you guys, that would not have turned out well, especially for South Korea. South Korea would not be as prosperous as it is today if we'd have committed to such an action.
Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president has all the options necessary. If they want to talk, they can talk. Otherwise, they can deal with the War Department, and we're prepared to do that.
Oh, we're going to blockade it. Oh, we've closed the strait, because when they close it, Trump goes, we closed it. And I wonder how long it'll take Trump to say we blew up all their missiles. They don't have any missiles anymore. I mean, Trump was our champion. Trump was great in his first term comparatively. Went through hell to get back in. Was doing great the first 4 months. I hate having to sit here and call Trump out. But I'm not going to lie to you. And by the way, you already know 85% of Americans are against the war. Between 60 and 70% of Republican registered voters in Republican pollsters are saying that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but they're not really being out loud about it because apparently MAGA be tripping out. They start trying to call you a Democrat or you're pro-Iranian. So it's kind of crazy. We're kind of silencing our own over here now. It's like, yeah, you could be a Republican and not support this war, but I mean, you can't be out loud about it like me, or you're going to get the same treatment as me. You're going to get called a Democrat, anti-American. People are going to start crashing out on you over Twitter, talking about you support the IRGC, said you've turned your back on America. When no, they're just mad that you pretty much just been right about how this war was going to play out. I know, right? It's tough out here, but hey, it is what it is. You got to deal with the climate for what it is.
U.S. soldiers injured the last 2 weeks. And now Trump wants to say, oh, we're going to blow up Pickaxe Mountain that has centrifuges in it and then declare victory. Great. I wish you would, except the Iranians are going to keep the strait closed. You keep acting like they don't have any cards, Trump. You had all the cards till you stuck your pecker in the beehive, and ours along with yours. And now Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Beelzebub Smotrich are absolutely celebrating and think it's funny. And NATO's got the draft in. Most of the EU countries already have it for women as well. They're building all the weapons factories. They're attacking inside Russia, thousands of attacks a week. And Russia's saying, all right, we're getting ready to hit NATO countries. And man, a big old giant world war. You won't be worried about the banks collapsing then. You won't be worried about the Great Reset then. You won't be worried about flock cameras then. You won't be worried about that. Because it's going to be a full-on war, baby. When Johnny comes marching home again, hoorah, hoorah.
All right, Alex. Don't go crazy on us now. We know you like to do that.
At this press conference that just ended with the president of Lebanon, oh, we're going to get Israel out of there and get your country back to you. And the Ben-Gvir says, the hell you are. We're at least keeping the South. I don't care what Trump says. We ain't leaving. Woo! All right. And a lot of Christian Zionists are saying, Trump going to hell. You don't talk back to Mr. Gvir.
I mean, they're pretty much saying that Trump should stay out of Israel's business when it comes to Lebanon. It's like well, wait, what do you mean you want us to back out of Lebanon? Oy vey, what you talking about? We're trying to sit there and help the Lebanese people by bombing them and ethnically cleansing them. How dare you insult Israel in such a manner? It's like, oh God. So, and I mean, that's just the reality of it. It's like if Trump tries to tell Israel to back out of Lebanon, they're just going to spaz out. And they're not going to do what we say. And then, bro, worst case scenario, they just start resuming bombing in Lebanon.
You don't talk back to Mr. Netanyahu. That's like breaking a mirror, 7 years bad luck, or walking under a ladder. Why, the devil will bite you in the booty, Trump. The minute you don't do what they say, you're going to hell. But Trump's going to be good and do what he says when Israel tells him to. That's good. Yeah, the Lebanese president asked Trump to cross Netanyahu. Well, I mean, Trump said, don't bomb Lebanon, get out of Lebanon. And Netanyahu says, have you heard of jumping in the lake? Have you heard of pissing up a rope? Have you heard of going to hell? And that's why I said yesterday, I think I'm about to take the Israeli money and just call for total nuclear war. And the destruction of all life on the planet. I'm starting to like this. course, I'm being sarcastic. That's satire. But the Clippers took the clip out and said, Jones now has joined Israel. We told you. Okay. You guys love lying, which is fine. It's what you do.
Yeah, Joe Ken on?
There's a lot of mental illness.
Oh, no, never mind.
The truth is, there's a lot of evil on the planet, a lot of decadent people, a lot of special where he specifically asked him to get Israel.
All the X, Y, and Z. I would hope to have been wrong. I hope that we wouldn't be here back when I resigned in March. However, even back in March, I didn't see a clear way for us to get out unless, like that last paragraph says, the president takes some really bold and decisive action. And every day that goes on and every tragedy that we suffer, taking more casualties, the harder it's going to be for the president to take that bold action. But at the same time, it's going to become more critical that he does so. I've been advocating, since I resigned, for him to leave immediately. Right. And I've been trying to do so even more in the last, 24, 48 hours since we've tragically taken more casualties, and the Iranians have once again proven that they can probably make this much worse for us. I'm afraid that if the president continues to double down, which it sounds like he's doing, we are going to face a mass casualty event. We have been very, very lucky so far. There's been tragedy, but we still have been lucky. I think the Iranians have the...
Yeah, all it takes is just for Americans to start dying in like large numbers, like one strike, maybe take out like 10 to 30 U.S. servicemen. Yeah, that's when things are going to get a bit much. And that's when we're really going to push Trump like, okay, now really, what are we doing? Now, really, you got to tell us what we're doing. Because they're not just dying one by one or two by one by the day, bro. If like you're telling me their strike happens and 10 to 30 of them get killed at once, yeah, we're really going to be on Trump's ass then. It's like, yeah, what's the conclusion? Now we need a conclusion. We're not going to let you shake off the topic.
The ability to...
Like, lives are at stake here. And so are economies.
To deal us a mass casualty event. And we need to get out before that happens. Otherwise, we're going to be sucked into this thing to the extent that the president won't be able to pull us out.
Wow, that's a pretty stark warning. What might a mass casualty event look like? Is that maybe hitting some of these air bases? I know we have the KC-135s at Ben Gurion Airport, among other things. What are some of the risk factors that you're keeping an eye on right now?
Really, just keep in mind that when we're in the Middle East and we're not on our home turf, the enemy only has to be lucky once, and we have to be lucky every day, every second of the day. And so we can disperse our troops. We can try and move them around. However, the Iranians have good intelligence. It's hard for us to move around some of the systems that we're trying to fight with without that being detected. And so basically, the Iranians have proven time and time again that through their ballistic missiles and through their drones, they can reach out and they can touch us. I am very concerned that President Trump's going to be tempted to do something more decisive and more aggressive to open the Straits of Hormuz as the news tightens on our economic crisis and energy crisis here, in terms of potentially him putting boots on the ground. But I am also concerned, about our naval forces. Just think about it. Like, you look at a map and you can see how far.
All right, guys, I'm going to close out on this one, guys. Damn, been on, about over 4 hours. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow on the next one. Guys, make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. If you have any question, comment, jokes, whoops, my bad. Any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you're going to have to save that one for tomorrow if you want to send it in a super chat. Or if I guess you want to send it in now, I'd be happy to get into it. You know what? I mean, hey, if you got any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you got about a good 5 to 10 minutes to send it in a super chat, and then I'll close out.
Far away Iran is from Jordan.
I literally got the perfect video to play within that 5 to 10 minute span.
Welcome to the United States of Corruption. Let's take a look at the last 24 hours.
What to talk about is war. Sir, would you give a pardon to 19 soldiers? Why? Well, they killed a lot of people. They were trained to kill, and that's what they did. And I pardoned a lot of people. But they've all been well behaved, right? Okay, good. Otherwise, it'll be a big story. Trump shouldn't have let them go.
Because, it's super normal for the president to be like, yeah, man, I pardoned a bunch of killers. Hello, we know the type that Henny Hegseth is talking about. Those wasn't normal tactical army kills. Motherfuckers was over there bodying shit. He's very easy to predict because lights on, nobody home. He has dementia. So tonight he's going to make this huge announcement of 2020. I've proven that it was stolen. Immediately just asked, why has nobody been arrested? He's doing all of this to stir up the bullshit of what's going on right now.
Look, I'll take your word for it. He was a convicted narco trafficker.
Did the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
I believe we just discussed that. The president provided a pardon, yes.
You're a known narco trafficker, but you can't get one, Boosie? Ooh, wow. They got your ass bad. And then it gets worse.
Authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best.
It's straight, Henny Hegseth. You're providing gender-affirming care with our tax dollars, even though you hate gender-affirming care. But you don't hate it when it's for men that have low testosterone. Even though people that are transitioning are trying to get testosterone as well. You're just like, not the same thing because they're not trying to do the same thing. I'm just trying to give them testosterone so they can, be more manly in the Department of War. And it's like, God, you are such a fucking loser. It makes me sick.
People want to say we mishandled the Epstein release. Guilty. We did mishandle, especially the communications of it.
There's Cuckboy Vance going on this weird book tour that's actually just Peter Thiel saying, hey, man, you got to go be these people's favorite. So go on the other side. Say you don't really like our greatest liability. Say we admitted that we fucked up the Epstein files. It's like, hello, no shit. You part of the corruption too, dickhead. You don't just get out of this. It's like, what the fuck is going on? How stupid do these people think we are?
100% expensing, and that expensing, I think, where you write it off in 1 year. I have friends that bought things that, frankly, they didn't need. I have a friend that never flew on a private plane in his life, and he ended up going out buying a very expensive private plane.
Thank you for letting us know your big, beautiful bill made the 1% even richer. Your boy got to get a fucking private plane while the rest of Americans suffer, can't make rent, and some can't even afford school lunches. But, everything is copacetic. It's going great.
Very clearly, if you do not negotiate with the president and you continue to try to kill American troops and build bombs and build missiles that you're going to use to attempt to kill Americans, we will turn you into a parking lot.
This big bag stupid fuck talking all spicy. Get your dumb ass over there and go drop some bombs then. If we want to turn some entire country into a parking lot, which is ethnic cleansing / genocidal, but it's like, I know you have never put no boots on the ground. You probably never excelled at anything. And you talking real Mephistophelian. Shut the fuck up if you've never proven anything. Or go prove it. And the fact is, war is going to begin. Why? Because Steve Kukoff and rat boy Weasel Kushner are making money and backdooring us while talking to BB the Bomber. If you wonder why I always say left wing, right wing, same bird, this is the amendment that's going to end our tax dollars, $3.3 billion a year, to the greatest liability. Understand that? We are occupied. This shit is fucking cooked. Forever. We are indebted to that stupid fucking small ass country. And for what? We wasn't Adolf. We ain't do that.
Ms. Maxwell was transferred from a low security federal institution to a minimum security prison camp. Were you involved with that transfer?
When, as I've talked about before, in the time leading up to me going down to meet with her, we learned that she was receiving threats.
And so, father used to be in prison and whatnot, visits all the time, so I know a thing or two. When somebody receives threats, you get put in solitary confinement or protective custody. You don't transfer them to a minimum security prison where they can then pet dogs in their free time. That's not fucking normal. But we're occupied by her and Double Epstein, and now we have Ty on his knees Blanche, who's much fucking worse than Cunt Bondi.
A historic investment, $1.5 trillion investment in the War Department to ensure that we outcompete, without question, every other nation on planet Earth, so that things like Venezuela can continue to be done to reestablish deterrence around the world.
Alcoholic fuck literally just said out loud, we need $1.5 trillion so we can go kidnapping other presidents.
But that next midnight hammer that's required 10, 20 years down the road is because of the F-47 and the B-21 and the autonomy and the carriers that this president will build because of this historic investment. The Golden Dome that protects our country, the AI that allows us to target faster.
Trump even leaned back when he heard that Golden Dome bullshit because he knows Alcoholic Hegseth just be fucking spouting just a whole bunch of bullshit. And it's like, out that $1.5 trillion, how much are your sons going to make because they have that new little drone company? I mean, the corruption is at its highest level. You almost have to respect it at this point.
This ridiculous CHIPS Act where you give billions of dollars to a company and they didn't even know what the hell to do with it. You give them billions of dollars, they say they're going to build. Nobody knew what to do with it. And, of course, the standards were so high. If you weren't transgender, as an example, you didn't qualify. So they'd get the money, they'd look all over for transgender people to run the company.
Crazy as it sounds, I'm starting to understand how Trumpstein's brain works. So he probably heard transistor, right? And he was like, I don't know what that is, but it sounds like something transgender related. So they definitely, yep, we're just gonna go with that. And then he just, just spouts off from the fucking mouth a whole bunch of bullshit that has no parallel or connection to what the fuck is actually going on.
2 days after Mr. Blanche was confirmed as Deputy Attorney General, he fired me from my position as the department's career pardon attorney. I declined to rubber stamp a political favor for a friend of the president, and it cost me my job. Mr. Blanche's office had asked me to recommend restoring the gun ownership rights of a convicted domestic abuser.
Gotta watch out for dick suckers like this. No moral compass, willing to do whatever just to get one little fucking pat on the back from Trump's team. This man will sell his fucking soul, even though it's already sold. He'll do it another 10 times.
States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government.
Stephen Goebbels here, this stupid bald fuck, he's such a pussy that he's right now living on military grounds because he doesn't want to suffer in public because, you know, him and his wife are two total fucking cunts. Now, this man wants to basically imprison anybody that goes against him.
For the first time in American history, all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government.
Now, the most shocking thing is that he won't give you any examples because they're still trying to figure out exactly what they want to pinpoint left-wing political terrorists at. So it can be whatever bubble they want to fit it into. Next thing you know, like he said, defrauded, debanked. Motherfuckers is trying to take people's lives completely away from them if they do not agree with bald bitch here.
Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering. It only can travel in one direction. There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. It always becomes the mass imprisonment of political enemies, the stripping of their rights and freedoms.
I love how every accusation by this administration is a just straight up confession. This man's supposed to be in Gladiator Fridays. He's such a fucking loser cuck. Tune in to Hater News and yeah, watch out for that announcement here coming soon. 2020 election, everything was stolen, but in reality, it's because the files need to be released. It's because Steve Cuckoff and Jared Ratboy are making money and backdooring us, talking to BB the Bomber so we can stay in a forever war. And then you have JD that's just running, you know, shaders where it's like, look over here. Yeah, you know, cuck boy. Yeah, I'm not doing too bad. 2028, look for me. It's like, man, people, our country right now is getting fried. I don't know when we have to step in and do our thing, but it may have to happen here soon.
And all right. Well, that was about 10 minutes there. So, and shout out to my man, Benjamin Rankin. Appreciate the support, my friend. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and give you a shout out right there. And like I said, guys, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements before I head out, you can go ahead and send it in. If not, you can feel free to just send in some support and all that. But shout out to my man, Benjamin.
Raise a blade.
Nah, I know that video pissed some of y'all off. And I ain't gonna lie, bro, was a bit salacious on some of his comments. But he was also telling some facts there as well. It's like sometimes you do gotta sometimes gotta take the TDS out of it and be like, all right, but what is he saying though? I know the man don't like Trump, obviously. But what is it? Is what he's saying wrong though? No. Now how he's going about it is a bit reckless, but he ain't wrong. Now with Stephen Miller, I'm not gonna lie though. It all depends on what he's trying to classify as left-wing terrorism. As long as that doesn't have anything to do with your speech and only about your actions, what actions you're willing to commit because, I want this to be pushed, or because I'm part of that religion. Yeah. If you're willing to stop violent actions because that are committed under, religious or political views, then okay, great. But if you're talking about, we're about to start seeing left-wing terrorism as, I don't know, you disagreeing with this war, or I don't know, you protesting Trump at the No Kings rally, or are you just protesting at all? Let's say, or like Trump cut off the let's say Trump doesn't have the midterms or Trump doesn't have the election because we're still at war with Iran, and he's saying he's a wartime president, right? And then you guys try to go, you know, storm the Capitol. I mean, what you think gonna happen? Like, you're gonna be called what? Left-wing terrorists. It is what it is. We kind of set ourselves up for it, sadly, as well. And let me see. Oh, somebody also sent some little bit of support in. I appreciate that, my friend. Shout out to my man. Oh, shout out AJ. Hey, appreciate the support, sis. You sent in 10 gems and sent in a thumbs up. Appreciate that. And like I said, guys, any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, you go ahead and send it in as I'm about to close out. You know what? I'll go ahead and give you guys 2 more minutes to go ahead and send in any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements. Other than that, enjoy this clip.
This whites-only separatist group, they're being threatened with a lawsuit that could expose every one of their secrets. Because this is Eric Orwell, the founder of Return to the Land, which you've had since 2023, operating 2 communities in Arkansas that are designed to be exclusive to straight, white Christian people. And they're actively trying to set up 4 more with long-term goals of creating cities of thousands. And so far, you've had them raising over $200,000, and one of their communities is over 40 residents living in makeshift cabins, including 12 kids that many people argue are being actively indoctrinated. And at least among their goals is installing a Hitler 2.0.
And so it's natural that we get excited thinking about, oh, well, maybe we'll get like Hitler 2.0 and he'll just fix everything. We'll have a dictator that will just fix the country from the top down and inspire us.
The guy even reportedly tried to hide his copy of Mein Kampf while giving a tour to reporters. Now, publicly, we don't know what's laid out in the RTTL's membership rules, and depending on what's in there, it could violate state or federal laws. But it argues that it can discriminate through a loophole in the Fair Housing Act of 1968, right? Legally screening members by organizing as a private member association and then tying that to a for-profit LLC, with giving any member who buys a $6,600 stake in the LLC 3 acres of land that they can build a home on rather than buying the land outright. But now what you're saying is that it could all come crashing down for them because a real estate broker saw an opportunity to snatch up land for cheap. Right? You had her saying that she thought she'd sneak under the radar since she's white and Christian, and adding that she didn't care about clashing politics, saying a good investment's a good investment. And with that, you had her claiming that the application included questions about her views on gay marriage, COVID, abortion, and how often she thinks of the Roman Empire. But RTTL, they ended up barring her after they discovered 3 things. 1, her husband's black. 2, their kids are biracial. And 3, she has Jewish ancestry. But the point there being that RTTL doesn't consider Jewish people white. And so now, you've got her suing with the backing of the NAACP, with them seeking a court order that would ban the group from discriminating. And a huge key thing here is if this lawsuit reaches the pre-discovery phase, which is a pre-trial phase where each side starts collecting evidence, it could expose RTTL's actual membership rules, their land agreements, and the active plans that it has for other communities. All details you've had this group fighting to keep private to this point. And so for now, follow to stay in the loop.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That was hilarious to me. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that with those whites only community and how they're pretty much trying to spread, buy up land, pretty much start their own little white only Christian community. Oh guys, they also check your they check your lineage just like they did with old girl. It's like, hold on, you're married to a black guy and you're Jewish? Oh hell no. Like that was hilarious. I was like, yo, it was funny how he added that. Oh, so I guess they don't consider white people Jewish? Are Jewish people white? Bro, Jewish people don't consider themselves white. Like, let's just keep it real. But it is what it is on that note. All right, though. Oh, and shout out to my man, the Skywalker, sent in a happy poof for 10 gems. Appreciate the support, my friend. All right, though. Anything else? Well, all right, then. I guess I can close it out on this one, then. All right. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. I'm going to go ahead and close it out. You have a good one. Peace. Wait, actually, hold up. Before I peace out on that, just in case. All right, cool. I have to make sure I check the Venmo and PayPal.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...
Larry!